Well, good evening. Welcome and thank you everyone in the audience and on our YouTube live stream for being with us tonight. I call this meeting of Montgomery County School Board to order at 7 o'clock on September 1st, 2020. As we begin tonight's meeting, our hearts are heavy. The NCPS community and the community at large lost a wonderful educator and a human being. We would like to recognize the life and contribution of Dr. Jim Sellers. Dr. Sellers was a teacher at Blacksburg High School, principal at Price's Fork, principal at Blacksburg Middle School, and served as the interim superintendent for us. Dr. Sellers had a positive impact on many teachers and administrators in the district through his roles with MCPS and as a teacher in the educational leadership program at Radford University. Right now, I invite everyone to participate in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Our next item is adopting our agenda. May I have a motion to adopt our agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Any question regarding the agenda? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have an agenda. The next item is Dr. Meyer's announcements. Dr. Meyer.
Thank you, Ms. Cron. First, I would like to ask the board, if it is okay, in memory of Dr. Sellers, if we could actually place a memory bench at the front of the school board office. I've heard so many folks who have spoken up about Dr. Sellers and the contributions he made here, and also to many of our administrators and teaching at Virginia Tech and Radford University. And so we would love to do that.
Absolutely.
And so, announcements: teachers are back in the buildings. It's great to see teachers the last 2 days. I've been to about 7 buildings so far. I got about 13 more to go to the next 3 days, and a lot of excitement. A lot of angst in terms of. I can think the joke is everyone feels like a first year teacher. This with what is going on, and but a lot of teachers with wonderful attitudes, and probably the number one thing I heard was we can't wait to get the kids back. And so that was very good to hear from our teachers, and they're working hard and they're being creative like teachers always do. So I appreciate the work that they are doing. Our all county opening will be held on Friday. We're kicking off our focus on anti-bias and anti-racism by hearing from Dr. Bettina Love. Because this is a virtual event, board members are welcome to attend, and Ms. Drake can give you the link if you would like to listen in. But I'd highly encourage you to listen to Dr. Love, and it's going to be an absolutely wonderful presentation. We just heard her a few weeks ago at the Equity Conference for the state, and I think she is perfect for what we've been doing and what our vision is in terms of moving forward. And so I would invite you to that.
It's on Friday at 9 o'clock.
Friday at 9 a.m. Yes. And, we'll start with a couple of words from myself and Ms. Cron,
Sure.
if you would do the same. And we also are inviting a couple of students to come who believe that this is the right thing to do and the right time to do it, and to actually speak to our teachers and how much it will mean to them as we move forward with our equity initiatives.
Okay, appreciate
Okay.
that. Next item on our agenda will be our honors and awards and recognition. At this time, unfortunately, we're not leaving our spots to hug or shake hands, but we are definitely happily clapping, I'm sure, and congratulating.
Dr. Wickham.
Good evening. The Virginia Teacher of the Year program provides the opportunity for the Commonwealth of Virginia to recognize the best and brightest individuals in teaching. Each year, schools are offered the opportunity to participate in this program. Great teachers stand out to their students and parents, colleagues, and administrators. Some students and parents were asked, "What makes our Teacher of the Year a great teacher?" And they responded, "She's just really kind, and she helps us through a lot of stuff that's hard. I just love her for who she is, too," a rising third grader. "She loves on me and always makes learning fun," another rising third grader. From a parent, "I can say from a parent view that she goes above and beyond for all of her students and then others outside of her classroom as well. She makes her classroom feel like another home for these kids and not only educates them according to the standards of the state, but also in many life skills. She encourages the kids to reach outside their comfort zones, but also reminds them that school is a safe place to just be themselves." When her colleagues recommended her for the Teacher of the Year, one wrote, "She gives time beyond what is necessary to make sure AES is a great place to be. She helped in the fruition of our AES Family Resource Closet and helps keep it stocked. She spends countless hours meeting with teachers to discuss SAP students and discussing the best ways to assist them. She's an asset to our building and to our second grade team." When her administrators were asked what makes her a great teacher, her principal shared, "Katie is the type of teacher every principal wants in their building, every parent wants for their child, and every child wants to be with." We are pleased to recognize Montgomery County's Teacher of the Year, Katie Marchese from Auburn Elementary School. Katie?
Congratulations. Thank you for all you do.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Meyer, Ms. Whitaker, Mr. Krantz. It is my honor and pleasure to stand before you to acknowledge the support staff. These individuals work tirelessly to do whatever it takes to get the schools ready for the staff, administration, and the students. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that makes a school division like MCPS function at full capacity, such as custodians, facility maintenance, nurses, administrative assistants, bus drivers, aides, technology, nutrition group, instructional aides. You've heard of the saying, "It takes a village to raise a child." This is what all MCPS employees do on a daily basis to ensure that every child has what they need before they enter the building, while they're in the building, and when they leave the building. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge the following support staff that was nominated for the Support Staff of the Year. Lita Albright, custodian from Harding Avenue. Geneva Basham, cafeteria manager from Eastern Montgomery High School. Kathy Jo Bell, virtual lab aide at Auburn High School. Marie Bentley, cafeteria manager at Auburn Middle School. Carrie Bradshaw, administrative assistant at Falling Branch. Lisa Dobbins, administrative assistant at Christiansburg Middle School. Brandy Fleener, special ed aide at Auburn Elementary School. Eugene Garlick, head custodian at Christiansburg Elementary School. April Garrison, early literacy aide at Bellevue Elementary School. Daniel Hall, custodian at Montgomery Central. Sally Matney, administrative assistant at Christiansburg High School. Deborah Sampson, administrative assistant at KIPS. Adrian Smith, nurse at Eastern Montgomery Elementary School. Janine Truesdale, attendance clerk at BHS. Brittany Vester, bus driver. Lori Walls, administrative assistant at BMS. Janice Walker, senior custodian at CPS. Bradley Wooten, ISS aide at Charlottesville Middle School, Sylvia West, clerical aide at Margaret Beeks, and Melissa Wood, school nurse at Gilbert Lincoln. Now, the winner of this award is Julie Wade, administrative assistant in the finance department. Julie? And I'll just say a few words about her. Julie Wade, administrative assistant, was named MCPS Support Staff Employee of the Year. She's worked for MCPS for 11 years. As administrative assistant in finance, Julie works tirelessly to ensure that the students and staff of MCPS are receiving first-class service from the operations group. Julie's willingness to tackle whatever task assigned her makes her highly respected by her colleagues and the community. Julie is extremely dedicated to her job and the division and is always willing to help her fellow coworkers. Julie's expertise and dedication make her an excellent choice for Support Staff Employee of the Year. Again, Julie Wade.
Congratulations, and thank
Thank
you
you.
for all you do. Next item on our agenda is our public address. As you know, at this time and at each our regularly scheduled meetings, school board sets aside 30 minutes for residents, students, and employees to address the board about issues pertaining public education in Montgomery County. And the virtual public address responses in the evening are again in your board doc, and it is listed underneath, and it's part of the records of our meeting. And I'm trying to check one more time to see. At this time, I have no individual sign up to speak, so our public address is closed. Next item is our consent items. As you see, we have one grant proposal. If you don't have any questions, we can approve the consent agenda as it is. The next item is our financial reports. May I have a motion to pay our bills?
So moved.
I have motion and second. Any questions regarding the bills? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We pay our bills. Now we are entering our business part of the meeting, and it starts with our board member reports. Any board members who would like to start?
I can go first. If that's
Sure.
okay. Hold on, let me get this over here a little closer. First, I would like to start with a statement. On March 11th, the New River Public Health Task Force had their first meeting to discuss a multi-district, multi-agency response to COVID-19 pandemic in our community. At this time, there were no positive cases in our area. Since that time, the task force has focused on providing community health support, free testing to the community, town hall forums to answer community questions, and numerous other avenues of support to residents and to the local governing bodies that the task force represents. I would like to publicly state my support for the New River Public Health Task Force and for its leaders, Chief Anthony Wilson and Dr. Noel Bissell. For months, the task force has led our region through this pandemic. They warned us that the return of college students in our area would create a rise in positive cases, and we are now seeing that these cases are largely isolated to the college campuses. The lack of community spread is thanks to the work done by the task force to educate our residents on proper health procedures, including physical distancing and hand washing. They continue to be available to local community officials and business leaders to answer their questions about how to be safe while keeping facilities open. I recognize that not all of our board members agree with the task force or its leaders, just like many do not agree with decisions that we make as a school board. It is important for us to recognize that our leaders are in place to do just that, to lead. I have the utmost respect and confidence for Dr. Bissell and Chief Wilson and for the leadership that they provide. I spoke with the task force today so that I would have, since we've been getting a lot of emails, have a better understanding of where we're at with the high positivity rate that we're currently seeing. It is directly coming from the RU students and the Virginia Tech students. If we take their positivity rates out of the picture, our positivity rate as a community is still very, very low. Well, let me say very low. That'd be the best way to say it. What I was also told by one of the task force members is that the students are not transmitting to community members and at either of the universities, and there have been no outbreaks. What is considered an outbreak is if there's more than one person at the same situation. Did I get that right, Jason? More than one person from the same situation.
Same situation, same time.
Same time. Thank you. I was missing one part. I also wanted to mention that there has also been a change in who they're testing, which is going to make a difference in the positivity rate. So it's a little hard to compare, let's say, 2 weeks ago with what's being updated right now, because now they're only testing symptomatic people and ones that were exposed during the contact tracing. Exposed that came about during the contact tracing. I also wanted to mention that the task force as a whole wanted to commend both the RU and VT students and their responsibility and behavior. They are seeing and hearing that students that are uncertain if they went to a party and felt like they were around somebody exhibiting symptoms, they are calling the helpline and asking what they should do. They're taking responsibility. They're ensuring that their fellow students are responsible. The Radford University, as we expected, peaked about 2 weeks after they returned, and their numbers are starting to decline now. So we are seeing the same thing with Virginia Tech. Their numbers are certainly peaking right now. So we'll probably see that for another couple of weeks until they also start to decline. That task force also said that there's no community transmission, so that means it's staying related to the student body. Let's see, did I have anything else I wanted to say? And I think that the best thing we can continue to say is that we can keep our staff and students safe in our buildings. We have all the precautions in place, the precautions on the bus, the precautions in the classroom and in the hallways. We just want to ensure that our adults entering the schools, are doing those same precautions in their own personal lives so that they aren't bringing that into school, as we've seen in some of our other school divisions that started in-person teaching sooner than we did. So I want to thank everyone who is doing so much to keep our children safe, and our teachers and custodians and staff safe in our buildings. I think we have gone above and beyond what most other school divisions have done. And I know all the buildings I've been in so far, all the schools I've been in so far, the teachers and principals are very excited about getting their students in and teaching them. That's all I had.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Any other board members at this time share a report?
I'll go. First, before I comment on anything that Ms. Graham just mentioned, I would like to just say something about Jim Sellers. Jim was a neighbor of mine, and when I moved to Strubles Mill back in 2004 or 2005, Jim was actually the interim superintendent, and I always used to joke with him about snow days because he was the person responsible for snow days, and there'd be no snow on our road, and there'd be no school, and I could never understand because I was from New Jersey and we went to school when there was snow on the ground. And so he and I would often joke about the snow days and the weather in our area. And after about a year or so of living in this area and working in career services in a temporary job, I decided I wanted to get my teaching certification. And Ray Van Dyke, who at the time was just finishing up at KIPS, who was one of Jim's best friends, suggested I talk to Jim Sellers because he was doing the Career Switcher program. And I was like, oh, well, Jim's my neighbor. And so I didn't even know he did that. And so anyway, that was how I got my teaching certification. And Jim was the person who really ran the program. I would see him every weekend for 6 months, besides seeing him in my neighborhood, walking down the path behind my house. Plus his wife, Charlotte, was the principal at Blacksburg Middle School and actually retired the year before I started working there. So I've known the Sellers family for a long time, and Jim was really a genuinely caring man and was a real asset to our community. So he will be greatly missed by many, and that's all I have to say there. But God bless Jim and his family and his wife and sons, and Andy. And I know he touched a lot of people's lives here. I was far from the only one. I was just a small microcosm of the people that he touched. So God's blessings to him. Now, on to the other thing. Since I thought this was board report, but since Marty has brought up the whole idea of the health task force and what the statistics are, I guess I have a few things that I jotted down as she was talking. And one of the things that I feel right now and I want to go on the record as saying, because I've done this pretty much every meeting, so I guess I'm starting to sound like a broken record, and I apologize, but I really see us right now, we have two options, and choices. One choice is going to affect our students' education. It's going to affect our students if their feeling of isolation, childcare issues, parent sanity, and those are the concerns that come with going remote. The concerns that come with going back to school are the health and safety and lives of our students, our staff, and their families. So when I have to weigh the two risks, but I will always be in favor of the health and safety and lives of our students and our staff and their families and our community members. So there isn't anything right now that tells me that we must rush our students back into the school, that we can't go for 2-3 weeks as the numbers, as Ms. Graham said, peak, which I think peaking means after it's more than 1 day. I mean, there's only been 1 day where they went up 150 and we haven't seen any numbers since. So that's far from peaking. Peaking is what's happening at JMU, which I just went virtual. JMU just went virtual because of all the cases that they have. Who knows where Virginia Tech will go, depending on where the cases go. There's also, I've received several reports from people who work in the healthcare clinics outside of the university that students are actually going to the healthcare clinics, so they're not getting tested at the university. So those numbers are not being attributed to the university. And when they give their address, they give their home address that is not in this area, and that's where their test results are sent. So the numbers that we're seeing aren't necessarily accurate. There are a lot of students out there, and I find it very hard that not one person in our community has been affected. I do not want to see anybody end up like Jim Sellers. Jim died of COVID, and he died of COVID because it was spread to him by a family member, and I don't want to see that happen to anybody in our school system. He didn't expect that to happen. Charlotte didn't expect that to happen. And his sons didn't expect for it to happen. But it did. And that's what's going to happen. All it takes is one person to spread it to somebody else and spread it, and that'll be it. And then I could not live with myself knowing that I thought that was a good idea. That I couldn't wait 2 or 3 weeks to send the kids back into school with the thought that I might save somebody's life. And we'll never know if we decide to go remote. Will we know whether we save somebody's life? No, we won't know. So it's a chance you take. That's the risk. Those are the two choices. Do we risk the health and safety of our students and our families and our community members, or do we risk the students losing about a month or so of education? That's important. I'm not saying it's not. And I know childcare is important. I've had people begging me. There's people who beg that we go back. I've had somebody actually tell me that teachers need to go back. They're frontline workers. They are frontline workers, and this person was tired of busting her butt, and that's not the word she used, in her frontline job, and that teachers need to go back, and if they don't like it, then move on. That's a quote. Really? Well, if our teachers move on, I don't know who's going to teach your kids. You're not going to find a whole lot of good teachers in seconds or in weeks. And I'm sorry, when I decided to become a teacher, no one in my career switcher program told me that I was going to be a frontline worker and that my responsibility was the health and safety. I'm not a frontline worker. I'm not trained to be a frontline worker. I'm trained to educate students. I'm trained to teach. And I think there is definitely people out there who feel that teachers are frontline workers. And I think that's where some of our divisiveness comes from, because there is the school of thought that teachers are frontline workers. They're essential, but I wouldn't consider us frontline workers. Anyway. And one of the things that Ms. Graham said that I really think needs to be, I question is that taking positivity out of the equation. You can't take the students' positivity out of the equation. The students are part of our community. They're out there and they're about. And as long as the numbers are high, I think we need to protect our children and our staff. That's it. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry for monopolizing it.
Thank you, Ms. Cass. Any other board members who would like to have a report, share? I have a few things to share if nobody else is. I've been meeting with the students on equity, and I also attended Brookings Institute Brown Center of Education webinar on balancing student rights to educate against public health. So that's pretty much what we've been discussing and working on here. And then also I attended a VSBA webinar, and I think Ms. Graham was with me too, on board member social media use and communication tips. And then also I was part of the Dialogue on Race Summit on racial trauma, which was, wonderful as always. And then the next one was new teacher orientation through Zoom to welcome our new teachers to school system. It was always nice to see them in person. It was an interesting experience to welcome them through Zoom, but I think it went well. And then lastly, I attended VSBA webinar on General Assembly's summer session and what are the bills and what are the decisions they made when they reconvened in August. That will wrap up my board report for this month. Anything else anybody wants to add before we move on to our next item? Yes, Ms. Barton.
First off, I would like to, can you guys hear me? First off, I would like to give my heartfelt condolences to the friends and family of Jim Sellers. So sorry that this has happened to him. I personally didn't know him, but I've heard nothing but wonderful things about him and have read many wonderful things about him. So I just wanted to share my heartfelt condolences to those whose lives he has touched, and thank him and his family for all he has done for our school system. Next, I just want to kind of piggyback on Marty. I want to put a few things out there just to remind our community of some positive things instead of negative that we seem to be hearing here lately. I just want to remind people of how important Dr. Bissell and our health district has been to us. I want to offer again my thanks to her and the health district. Because of them, we have been ahead of the curve since the beginning we have been able to provide testing to our community long before other areas did. In fact, in the early days of this, communities from Roanoke, Salem, Roanoke County were coming to our drive-through, their citizens coming to our sites to test because they could not get access to it in their home jurisdictions. Dr. Bissell and her team have provided testing, not just at the drive-throughs, but also on an emergency basis for businesses, government agencies, and law enforcement agencies as well, when they have had someone test positive. Doing so has allowed them to isolate the case, quarantine the people that need to be quarantined, and safely bring others back to work. I would also say her approach has always been within the CDC and VDH guidelines, but unlike other districts who simply sat and waited for Richmond to tell them what to do, Dr. Bissell took the initiative to acquire the latest testing capabilities, which is one of the reasons why we haven't seen big, huge outbreaks in nursing home and jails like other places have. Her knowledge on this is not merely academic from reading some reports from either Harvard or South Korea. While she stays up to date on the academic research, she also has knowledge of the disease burden and prevalence in this district that comes from dealing with this issue every day. She is very familiar with how the disease is spreading in our area. Month after month, testing and contract testing has given great insight into what type of contact actually facilitates transmission. With that knowledge only comes from experience. You can't get it from reading a news story or doing some research online. The numbers are going up as students return, just as she said they would. This was fully expected, but there has been very little crossover from the college community to the local community. In fact, all we have seen is spread from local kids going to college parties. How the community behaves will determine what happens next. I also want to give thanks to Virginia Tech and Radford University for the way they have handled their cases with their students. The students are cooperating. The numbers are going down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parton. Any other board members at this time would like to say anything before we move on?
I'd just like to, there again, what Dana said, piggyback on her and Marty's comments. I truly think, I'm very fortunate. I do get to work with the public every day. And I see a lot of public members from every walk of life, from nurses to doctors to just administrators, teachers, students, parents. And sad to say, or not sad to say, but the one thing that is true, everyone that is sad and concerned and crying that we're going back to school, there's as many, if not more, that when you talk about not going back are crying as well. One of the young ladies that works for me, and I said, you never know, things could change. She immediately started crying. She said, I can't, there's no way. So when I'm hearing that kind of thing every day, it helps make my decision because I do work with the community. So I just want, and I read all the Facebook things and I see all the comments and, and I've grown a whole nother layer of skin. But we as a community all think separately. Everybody has a different opinion. And so we have to take what we hear, what we believe, and what we're finding out and make the best decision on what our information leads us to do. And that's what I've done. It may not be with what everybody on this board agrees with or everybody in our system, but it's what, in speaking with my community and my district, and even people outside of my district, people in the medical profession. I spoke with my doctor today about it. It's made me think the decision that I made is in the best interest of students. If we get back in class and things go haywire and we have to do a different route, then we do, but we have to try it. That was one of the reasons that I voted to extend it the timeout from August 13th, is so we could get that extra 4 weeks. So to me, at what point do we start? How many times do we extend it out? So, to all of those who are nervous and afraid, just hang in there and give us a chance, and let's see what happens. And if it doesn't work, then we'll rethink things. But for now, I think we've got to make a start somewhere, and that's why I chose to vote the way I do. But I do appreciate everything that Dr. Bissell has done. We invited her to come and speak with us, and I appreciate her time. And I can't imagine the load that her office carries with the questions and the information that she's delegated with having to get out. And I think she's done a phenomenal job. So, and her office.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. Any other board members before we move on?
Okay, so I'm kind of getting the feeling that if you have voted not to go back to school person to person at this point, that you're condemning the work of the task force. And that is not the case. Just because we may disagree with some numbers and that the information that we're hearing and the concerns that we're hearing are coming from both sides also. But I have gotten to know Chief Wilson very well the last few years, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. So I am just really, kind of annoyed that folks are thinking because I don't agree with how we're going to start school, that I don't appreciate the work that this task force has been doing to help protect this community, because that is not true. So it needs to really stop kind of sounding that way.
Excuse me, Ms. Franklin, it was not meant to sound that way. Unfortunately, there is some folks who are working at trying to remove Dr. Bissell. And so those of us who knew that were doing our part to support her and the work of the task force. So it has nothing to do with how you voted or not voted.
Okay, so with that said, whatever's going on there, I don't know how that should have been brought into our meeting tonight, because what we're voting on here is not whether Dr. Bissell stays or doesn't stay. It's voting on how we are going to function as a school system, because the comments, quite again, are sounding like if you don't agree with this task force, then there's something
No.
wrong with you. And I'm
I'm
not
sorry
feeling-
if that
No,
came
I'm
across
feeling
that way. That was
That's
not the
right,
purpose.
And that's not what we're saying at all. We have a right to thank Dr. Bissell and the health department again during our board report if we so choose. What they've done and the work they've done that have been criticized is pertinent to us opening our schools back up and having our kids there face to face. And that's what we need to remind the community.
So again, we are at our meeting, having our reports, and the reports, the way they have been stated, sounds as if board members who don't agree with how we're opening schools are condemning the work of the task force.
No, that's not the
Yeah,
intention
that-
at all.
yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Were you finished, Ms. Franklin? I don't want to interrupt. So
Ms. Franklin, were you finished?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I just want to, I feel like I haven't worked so hard on school board stuff in the last few weeks and really had nothing that I really wanted to bring up in board reports. And I appreciate people's freedom, I guess, to state those things. I do wish to discuss this topic, but I might wait until after we've gotten some more
I
of the other
think we will,
updates.
because
Okay, I just want to make sure that we'll have a chance to do that.
I just stuck to,
Sure.
board reports
Sure.
that I usually share,
Yep.
so
Sure,
at this time.
thank you.
You're welcome. Let's move on our next item, which is MCPS transportation and school nutrition updates.
All right, thanks, Ms. Karan. Mr. Krantz is here tonight to provide updates on our transportation plans. I'm pleased to announce that our team is being successful in finding ways that our school buses will have aids.
We're bringing students, picking them up at school, bringing them home, and at the same time, bringing students from home to school for their afternoon session. When you look at the schedule and the setup that we have, this gives you a tentative schedule for what our buses will be doing. We'll be leaving the bus barns at 6:45, bringing our first load of secondary students to school at 7:45. We'll begin our elementary run around 8 o'clock, bring them to school at 8:45, and it's very similar to what we do today. Now, in between the secondary run and the elementary, by law, we do a walk through the bus to ensure that there's no children in between seats or sleeping or in a dangerous position. At that time, they'll take a spray bottle and they'll spray their seats with a disinfectant, which is similar to what we've done today. Then we have the midday, which starts, you can see, at 10 o'clock. So the drivers will have anywhere from an hour on the highest end to about 45 minutes on the shorter end. They'll report to their secondary runs. They'll pick up, drop those students off, pick up the students coming for the afternoon session, and are projected to arrive at school at 11:45. At that point, we'll disbark from the secondary schools, head to the elementary schools, and all buses will be doing that. We'll begin our pickup at 12 noon, and that one is where we'll also be picking up, dropping off, and then bringing back to the school. And honestly, that is the schedule that's the tightest, is that midday run. The PM will start off at 2:30, get finished at 3:30, go to our elementary schools at 3:45, and then we're projecting to be finished around 4:45. So that's a typical day for a bus driver. In the morning session, they'll disinfect after their secondary run. They'll disinfect after their elementary run. On the PM side, they'll disinfect after their PM run. And then after the elementary run that evening is when they'll do a deep cleaning of the bus. In the midday, with the schedule we've got, it'll be a challenge for us that drivers will have the time to do a disinfectant. We believe that they can, but it'll probably be done at the elementary school because of sometimes where our buses end and having to get quickly back to schools, it's an extremely tight run. On our regular buses, our capacity with an aide is 25 students. Without an aide, it's 26. It does increase if we have siblings sitting two to a seat. Our AM secondary run is 77 runs. That does not count special ed. Special ed is 13 buses. We have aides already assigned to special ed buses, which we do every day when those buses run. The elementary side, we see a reduction of 3 buses. That then brings us to 74. Midday secondary is 77 buses. Midday elementary is 74. PM secondary is 77. PM elementary is 74. That's a total of 453 routes those buses will run every day. And that's just running to bring kids to school and then bring them from school home. When we look at the aid situation, the plan right now in the morning is that the special education elementary aides, we will pick up with the buses. They will ride both the secondary run and the elementary run. The theory being is that when we complete the elementary run, they're able to get off their bus and go straight to their school. So we'll pick the aides up at the elementary school that they work at. So their car is located there and they're ready to go. We've worked with the HR department and on the ISS instructional aides in order for us to get to the numbers we need. It's 9 aides. Early literacy aides using 1. School nutrition, we would take 2 of the office staff and use them to help fill in the gap. That would give us a total of 76. We have 1 aide that's on a regular bus because of the children we have on that bus. That aide is going to continue to work. So we've covered 1 of the 77 aides with that position. On the PM side, We start off with our special education secondary aid. So that's a first run in the afternoon. We would pick them up at school. They would ride the bus in both the secondary side as well as the elementary run. That's 53 aides there. The ISS instructional aides are 11. The early literacy aides are 1. School nutrition staff, we've worked with TNG. They've advertised for these positions and are confident that they'll have those 11 positions filled. Total aides there are 76. Bus aides assigned is still the one that we had on the regular bus, so they just stay, getting us to the 77. Now the real challenge. And both of those were challenges on the front end, so let me not say that was just easy. Now we get to the midday run. The midday run, the special education aides are not available to us. So now we're having to look at where we can go outside of special education to fill the needs of the bus. The ISS instructional aides would be 11. The early literacy aides would be 12. Elementary clerical assistants, 11. Secondary clerical assistants of 12. Substitutes, they've submitted out recruitments on 300. We've gotten 12 confirmations of wanting to work. Part-time bus aides have been advertised. You can see that we propose to pay $10.06 per hour or $40.24 per day. They would have a guarantee of 4 hours per day. The 10.06 is the rate that's already in our pay grade system. And rather than creating another grade, which can be very just burdensome and a problem, we just went with the 10.06. The intent was to use $10, but that's where the 10.06 came from. Right now, we have those advertised. We actually, you'll see, we've gotten 5 positive responses. We hope to continue and get more and expand it. School nutrition would still have the 2 employees working. Facilities will have 1. They have a couple of admins that'll rotate, with 1 always being on a bus. Shortfall as of August 28th was 15. As of right now today, it's 12 because we have picked up 3. So the total aides would be 76. The intent is that part-time bus aides would eventually fill all the slots. In a perfect world, that's who would fill it. As we pick up additional personnel, either through a TNG recruitment that they're doing, through the part-time aides, through people that want to do it through the substitutes, the elementary clerical assistants are eliminated first. Elementary first and then secondary second. How are we going about recruiting? 1, we had the posting on the district's webpage. When we did the job fair yesterday, we were very successful at the job fair, and we believe continuing to do that recruitment will bring in positive results. Continue to do emails and phone calls to substitute personnel. There's about 300 according to what HR has advised me, and those are people who have asked to work with us, but now this is a limited, they have to weigh. Do I want to wait and get the phone call to substitute in the building for an 8-hour day, or do I want to take the guarantee that I'll have riding the bus? Continue to recruit at substitute orientations. The financial impact of what we're trying to do is the plan is if I'm hired, if I'm an 8-hour job and I'm working, say, 4 of my 8 hours, that gives me 4 hours that we're paying for as a district that we could use on a bus. Very similar to what we did during the meal feeding program. We took instructional aides and they assisted us on the bus. They were paid for contracted hours. They didn't have an assigned job at that point in time. And so they filled the role on the bus for the district, and that's when then they continued to receive their pay. So the same theory here. It's the same exact theory. For substitutes and bus aides, we'll use the CARES Act funds to cover this expense. So basically, we don't see a whole material financial impact. When we look at the secondary bus capacity by strand, you can see at the left column the number of students we have, and that is per each individual run. So if we run secondary and then I run elementary, you see what the run would look like. If I run morning group 1 and afternoon group 2, you see exactly those buses. So of the 28 Blacksburg buses, I have I have 27 of the 28 have less than 20 students on the bus. In the afternoon, we have 25 of the 28. And you can see along the line going down Christiansburg, Auburn, and Eastern Montgomery. We do not have many that's greater than 25, and the ones that are greater than 25 are because of siblings. Auburn is the one with 2. Christiansburg, they have some large families that ride some of our buses, so we did see higher numbers there. And the same thing on the Auburn strand, on the one that we saw a high number. Family, so it is siblings related that are riding on those buses. Our elementaries, you can see, again, more on the greater 25 and its families. It was all confirmed to be siblings. We didn't see any example of a bus being over. It was all due to the siblings related that were on that particular bus. The midday crossover. On the secondary side, we're actually now down to 2. We have 3 there. We took the Mount Tabor route. After we looked at the Mount Tabor route from an email that a parent had sent, we're going to do a run by itself and then do a second run to pick up, and it works out strategically because of the way that route is set up logistically. On the elementary side, you see that the majority, 98% of our buses have a crossover. Now, at no time in the ones that I've looked at, and I can't attest, I haven't looked at 100%, but the ones that I've picked at random and looked at, I've not found an example where I started at 20, let's say, and all of a sudden I exceeded 26. Okay? What I saw is many instances I started at 20, I dropped off 2, I drop off 1, then I picked up 1. I drop off 1 and pick up 3. I do see it's all over. It's a scattered approach. To mitigate that, and the challenge in midday is this: there's just not enough time for us to get everything done that we have to get done, to get students home and to get students back and have some quality time from an instructional standpoint. It's just not physically, with the assets we have, it's not physically possible to do it any faster than we're doing. The mitigation plan we've got is we'll work with the aides. When a child leaves a seat and we know we're doing crossovers, we'll actually spray it and wipe down that seat. So the spray gives us some protection. The wipe down gives us the best protection we can get as far as removing the virus. We'll utilize open seats. So for example, if I have 13 students on a bus, put 13 students on one side, using the other side for the students I pick up, or do sections of it. But strategically use the seats we have so that we don't have that, for lack of a better term, a sharing, where I'm in it going home and then you're in it going to school. Try to separate that out as best we can, and we think we can do that. Asking the students to wear the mask is a key. Keeping our windows open. We know from the studies that are out there, if we keep our windows in the front of the bus and in the back of the bus, provides the greatest airflow. It's not in the middle. It's actually front and back, kind of creates a little tunnel as that bus is moving. Ask the students to sanitize their hands when they're entering and exiting the buses. And this is a unit that's been installed on every bus. So every bus, as a child's walking onto the bus, there's a sanitation unit that's been installed and attached in the bus. So the child will have to come up. It's battery operated, so it's touchless. I put my hand on it, very similar to what we did at the schools. And that's now on every single bus. Any questions?
Yeah.
Go
I
ahead,
do.
yeah.
I guess my first question is, this seems like at least the 6:45 part is early for our aides, as is the 4:45. Usually they're gone at what time? 4? So,
But they're looking at a dismissal at 4 p.m., not 3:45.
Okay,
And actually, our first bus rolls out of the shop at 5:30 every morning.
okay. So, and usually they don't arrive at school until, help me with times, 8?
Right. So let me, yes, I know where you're going here, I believe. So
Okay.
you got to remember, they're not working on Wednesdays,
Okay,
and we're paying them what we've been paying them.
okay,
So basically, their work, those extra hours are allowing them to keep continuing to make what they would have made. So instead of Dominic, you want to come up just in case?
okay, that makes,
Yeah, I
that
think
makes
it's
sense. Okay,
they are usually 6-hour employees.
6.5 hour employees, and we're asking them to work 8.5 hours a day. And that will make up for the 32.5 hours that they would work Monday through Friday. Instead of working that, they're working Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Right.
Okay.
So it's a longer day for them, but they're
Mhm.
getting all their hours in, so we can pay them their regular pay. So it's actually helping them, helping us too, obviously.
right.
Makes sense.
And so also on that, how are they going to prepare for their students? As far as, I know a lot of aides, once they get there, they prepare for their students to come in and they're ready when they're there, when they're arriving. Does that give them time to do that? If they're not getting back from their run until 8:45?
It doesn't give them as much time as they would have had on a regular day.
Okay,
Because when we made sure that they pick up the bus, and when they're dropped off, they're dropped off at the elementary school. So
right,
it doesn't give it as much time as it did before.
okay. And for the literacy aids, I noticed you had some of those on the midday one. Yes. So how does that work into, because that's a big chunk of time, 10 to 1, that they're not working with students.
We had to use the literacy aids because, of course, we were short in the midday. So we're asking principals to help work with us in terms of just being creative within the building
Okay,
to find additional coverage. And we know it is it's difficult to take the literacy aids out during the middle of the day,
right.
but in sort of using everybody that we had available, that's why we chose the literacy aids.
So for such a small amount of students on the buses, I guess I'm just wondering why we're having the aids. I can see it for the midday because of the spraying. I'm just curious to why we're pulling all of these people out. I get the money part and the hours. I'm just curious, did the bus drivers ask for help?
The bus drivers have not asked for aids. The thought,
Okay.
though, behind the aids was that, when the students get on the bus, the driver's going to offer that student the mask.
Right,
Going to ask them to sanitize their hands.
right.
Then they're going to go pass that driver onto a seat.
Uh-huh.
Where the aid is helpful is that once that bus begins moving, if that child's moving around, which our bus drivers deal with it every day,
Yeah.
but when you're trying to get them to sit in particular seats, or it'd be difficult for a driver to do that and try to encourage children to keep their mask on.
Okay.
Whereas with that aid on the bus, they can be doing that constantly.
Okay.
And be a big reinforcement for what our drivers have to deal with.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
Yes, my
Thank you.
answer is, I think our bus drivers could do it without the aids. It will, obviously be more helpful with the aids.
Any other questions?
So this is a topic that I've gotten a lot of, comparatively a lot of feedback on this week, because I think it's a decision that I think was made relatively recently. And there's definitely been some concern coming from some aides who, and I don't know that, I can imagine that there's different reasons somebody might do that job. It certainly seems to have flexible hours if you have kids and things like that. And I guess my concern is that we're not giving these, that we're requiring these aides to do this in cases where they may not be able to do it and they may not want to do it. So I guess my ask or my question is, can we, is this going to be, are these extended hours something that can be optional for the aides?
Can I ask you this, Mr. Baca? You said this was something that was done recently. What were you referring to?
The 6:45 a.m. hours, I believe.
I mean, so the hours, you mean the actual aides and hours for the aides?
Well, I think we said that the 8 hours are usually from 8 to 4. Is that correct?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So
I didn't know if you're-
now the hours are going to grow from 6:45 to.
But they're still going to do the full 8 hours. We were going to figure out something for them to do in the school for extra 2 hours. What? Not sure. It was
No, but okay,
challenge.
I understand. I understand that part. That's not my question. My question is, and what I'm saying is a concern. And coming from a family myself, I mean, mornings and afternoons, you're trying to get the kids out and things like that. Those are, when you're deciding I'm going to take this job starts at 8 a.m. Now I'm being told I got to show up at 6:45. That may disrupt me and my family's, and I'm being,
Sure.
of course it's, I mean, this is going to have a huge impact on some people, I think.
Yeah.
And some of those people have written to us, to me anyway.
Mhm.
And I think they make a valid point, and I'm concerned for them. And then just to piggyback on what Ms. Graham said, I agree with her with what she said, that surely aides, it's better to have the aides, and then we determined that we can't, or that we wouldn't. And I think there was a little bit of pushback, and I guess maybe this is what is
Yeah, it
coming
is.
from that.
Yeah, it's a result of the pushback from the board.
But I don't think, I don't, for me, I don't know that it number one, trying to solve a problem, one, I guess maybe there's different ways to solve it. Number two, I don't know that it has to be 100% absolute either. I don't know. I mean, I know there's a lot of moving parts right now. I know we're moving quickly, and I appreciate that work, but I don't know that this is an optimal solution as presented.
Okay, so what I would say is, and that's fine. I mean, I've expressed a couple of meetings ago that when we told you we were not going to be able to do this to the extent that we were going to be, and then I even expressed then, I feel our bus drivers, after talking to them, they can do without the aides on the bus. And then a few of you all expressed the thought that
I'm not going that far. I'm just saying that, I think flexibility is key here, right? We're asking everybody has to be flexible during this time, right? And so I think from that point of view, do we have to have an aide on every bus all the time? Maybe not. Should the bus drivers take it all over? That's not what I'm saying either. But, if we have 60 or 70 or 80% coverage and much happier employees, or we have 60 or 70 or 80% coverage and we have literacy aides or nurses or spec ed aides being utilized maybe where they're needed more, maybe that just is the best compromise for everybody.
Sure.
I'm curious
I
to hear my fellow board members.
Well, I would love to. Let me finish the process and the thought into doing this. Originally we said we were going to be able to do this. And we thought we could, and we had originally looked at it, and these are the issues that we were going to have. And then you all voted on the bus plan, and then we came back and said it's not looking good. And then we heard from a few of you saying that, well, the reason I voted on it that way is because we had the aides. So then I went back and we looked at it again, because it seemed like that was a sticking point for some board members. And so I said, okay, gentlemen, let's see what we can do to make this work, because it's obviously important to the school board. So this is what we came up with. Now, if you remember, I did say that, when we didn't think we could do it, I feel confident that our bus drivers can do without the aides on the bus. So, but this was the plan. I mean, we were not originally, when we said we were going to have aides, we were not going to go out and hire 160 more aides just to be on the bus. I mean, it was going to be using our current aides, and we were going to use the same model because of knowing they were not going to work on Wednesday. And yeah, it is a hardship. I would like to get guidance from the board now as to what do you want to do? I mean, I'm fine with, saying, okay, our bus drivers, and Eddie can speak to this if you like, on behalf of bus drivers and what they think in terms of, needing the aides or not, or, I heard you, Mr. Baca, in terms of maybe it's not all or nothing, but maybe sort of where do we really need them based on numbers and that kind
On
of
the
thing.
number.
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah.
Meyer, I asked Tommy to put up the slide that showed the buses.
Mhm.
Are we, Tommy, so if there's 1 to 10 students on a bus, will that bus have an aide also?
I mean,
So with those numbers you showed with the aide numbers, that means there's somebody on every bus?
Yes, ma'am.
No matter the number of students?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so couldn't we maybe on Mr. Chewbacca and Ms. Cass's thought process, I think that's coming, maybe have a limit, how many students would, on a bus, beyond that, do we need an aide?
And
So let's-
age too. I mean,
And the age, you're
like
right.
if you
the age.
go to the secondary slide, which I guess is the one before it.
Yes, ma'am.
So, so that's 4 buses with only 1 to 10 kids. Or they got 8, 9, 3, 4. Those are all 1 to 10 secondary students.
Yes, ma'am.
Hopefully a bus driver could handle 1 to 10 secondary students, kids who are 11 or 12 and over without an aide. To just say, what I'm hearing, similar to what Mr. Chewbacca has been hearing, I've gotten several emails. I think we probably all have gotten the same emails from aides who are really concerned about being on the buses. And then also people who are being asked to be on buses who are like, I feel like we're asking the clerical staff, we're asking all these people to do something that, and I know we're all trying to be flexible and we have to go outside the box and do things that maybe we normally wouldn't do, but putting somebody on a closed-in bus with groups of students is a little different is a little more risky than what we would normally ask somebody to do. And I'm just wondering if there's a way if we could pare the numbers down a little bit.
Sure. I mean, I think
mean,
that's
that-
a great idea.
I think 25 and over, you probably definitely need somebody,
Oh, yeah.
especially if you have elementary school kids. 25 and over is almost scary no matter what, but
Right.
and 21 to 25 probably also. But I think once you're starting to look at the 1 to 10, I think you could probably do without. And I guess Eddie, what do the bus drivers think about that? What do you think?
I think that's a great idea as well. Drivers, they're under the thought now that they will not have aides, and I haven't heard a whole lot from them regarding that. Because again, when we met with them for our in-service meeting and training, we went over cleaning protocols, how we're going to load, things like that, and gave them a better understanding of what our process was going to be. And throughout the meeting that we had, I think we had one driver ask about an aide, and once we told him no, we would not have. We didn't hear anything more about it from
And
them.
I think a lot of the bus drivers too, and I remember when my kids were taking the bus, that they know their students and they know, and they might say, hey, I might need somebody on this bus because I've got a few difficult kids on this one. We might need an aide, but other than that, I think with the 10 and under, I don't know what the
Can I
rest
ask
of
a
I don't know what the rest of the group thinks, but I'm
Of course, another a few emails that you have received is with that elementary 12 to 1, that switch over
Uh-huh,
when kids are getting off and then getting back on.
right.
How many of those routes have more than 26 combined? Is a good question. And here's where I'm going at. If they don't have more than 26 combined, then the kids do not have to sit in the same seat. Does that
Right.
make
Mhm.
sense?
As the one getting off.
Correct. So they'll be sitting in a seat that's already been sanitized.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so we could maybe eliminate that crew, as one, as well. Does that make sense to the board?
Yeah. So just curious, Eddie, I'm sure you and Russell don't have this off the top of your head, but do you have any idea of how many routes we would have that would be more than 10, 12? That it would be beneficial to have an aide on there.
And unfortunately, I don't have that
Yeah,
number off the
I'm
top
sorry.
of my head.
You got less than 20 that's
Yeah.
between 20, that's 21 or greater. You've got 35 that's in the 11 to 20 category. So you're talking about 20 approximately at 21 or above. And then you're going to add about 30 when you go above less than 20, but no more than 11 and on the left. Between 11 and 20, I ain't saying that right. It's between 11 and 20, you pick up another 30. And that's our biggest, the majority of our elementary buses.
I remember mentioning after we realized we may not able to have them, I was hoping we will have at least for the elementary routes. I think like, everybody else saying that elementary kids will be the most fidgety ones, I'm assuming. So it will be nice to have an extra hand, especially if certain numbers probably. If it is a 10 elementary kid on a bus, maybe it's different than 25, definitely. But maybe we're okay with secondary students just following the directions and sitting in their spot.
I think, well, two things.
But it's optimizing.
well,
I guess the same idea.
I think, Ms. Franklin, I think you've been vocal in the past about this. I'd like to hear
Well, I
what
can't
you
get a word in here.
have to say about this.
So I want to back this up some because I'm getting really irritated that all of a sudden anything has to change is because the board has pushed back. Well, when I was asked to vote for you to be able to have 26 kids on the bus, you said it would be mask would be required, not offered. It was that there would be an aide on each bus to help with keeping the children in their correct seats and to have their mask on during the route. And then it came back, oh, we can't do that. And then when we pushed back, well, they're pushing back, so now we got to do something. So now we're going to pull aides out of the buildings. When I sign up for a job, this is the job that you hired me to do. Yes, we all have to kind of pitch in and get things done. But what happens in those buildings, especially with the clerical folks who are pulled out of the buildings, and when there are gaps with these children who are supposed to have aides with them when they hit the building, but it's the board who is pushing back. So we've got to be creative to do what we said we were going to be able to do. And I don't appreciate that at all. When I'm asked and I'm given information, that's how I helps me make my decisions. And then it changes on me. And then, but you're supposed to be okay with that. And I'm not okay with it. We're going to have children getting on and off the same bus during the same route. That was never made clear that that is something that's going to happen. Well, our times are tight, so we're going to have to do this. And meanwhile, we don't have all these aides on the buses. And the ones we do have, we're going to be pulling out, changing the hours that are going to disrupt possibly their families. I'm not happy with this whole picture here. And then saying, well, the board is doing what we should be doing, and that is pushing back when we're told one thing and then something else happens, or we're not really told the whole thing and it'll be okay. Well, I ain't okay with this. I am not.
I have a solution. Why don't we just go remote for the first several weeks?
I'm not okay with that.
Well, that's a separate
Conversation.
it's a
I
separate-
know, but
it's a
it is part of the whole thing.
It's a separate conversation, but it does, what we are dealing with here is to some degree, it's probabilities. And so it is all intertwined. There's not going to be one straw that breaks the camel's back, but like Ms. Franklin's saying, how many assumptions, turn out to be not true, and we keep barreling down. But as far as this goes, I think I'm in agreement with Ms. Frank. I'm concerned about what we hired those aides for to begin with. I think that's primary. I don't think changing somebody's hours. I just don't think that's a good idea for our district, because I think that we might lose some aides if we force people to do this. Now, I do appreciate that we are thinking outside the box creatively, and I do appreciate that we can offer this as an option for those for those of your employees who would like either to make more money or to help out or to get all their hours and they can, afford to do that from a time point of view. Again, it comes back to flexibility, and we have to remember that a lot of our aides are moms or dads, or they're trying to manage this whole thing just like the rest of us are. So I think for me, it would probably be prioritize where you need the aides, and I think that there should be flexibility on who has to do, who has to do those jobs.
Is that the will of the board? To just analyze every bus and with numbers and create some priority when it comes to elementary students as opposed to a high school student? And
Well, I guess my question to that would be that I would need to know first before I would say yes or no. The hours is an issue. And so they don't come into work on Wednesday. So they're essentially getting paid for doing nothing, right, on Wednesday. So how do we balance that out between those who volunteer, let's say, to be on the buses where we're going to have a lot of kids, and those who don't?
right. They would need to still be at the school for the required hours to get paid the required pay. What they do is somewhat unknown, possibly.
Okay. Yeah. So for like the ones, if we go this direction and we find out that there's, 10 buses in each county, community, I'm just really throwing things out because I know no numbers on this, that need an aid, and we have people who step forward and say, I can do AM, I can do middle of the day, I can do, then essentially they get Wednesday off. Because that they would have already gotten in their hours, right? Am I thinking correctly?
Dominic?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, okay.
Is there any way that you could do a rotation? of
Yep,
some
that's
sort?
another
Just
idea.
because
Sure.
That's,
That's possible.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and two, we are talking to aides and there's some, like Mr. Bach said, they have childcare issues early in the morning, and we want to make sure that we don't want anyone to quit over it either.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is not what we want to happen at all. But we'll work with every individual in the individual situation. Maybe we could create some type of rotation, for those who can, be there early but we want to work with our employees to make this happen and to do what we need to do. But we want to come to you guys for an option. And this is the option that we came up with. So that's why we're here to discuss it.
So I guess we need to see, is everyone comfortable with only doing it for buses that have, what would the criteria be? More than 10 students and
well, we need
priority to elementary?
Yeah. We need to look at it.
Yeah.
And Dominic and Eddie will look at the buses, the bus sizes, the ages. And let me say just publicly, these gentlemen have done an absolutely wonderful job in putting the data together, figuring out,
Yeah.
who gets off, who gets on, how many we have. One thing that that we talked about from day one is making sure we have no more than 26 on the bus, and they've
Right.
done that and done a great job and created all these routes midday,
Right.
morning, afternoon, and it's been their eyes are all over the place with all the numbers they've been looking at the last
I'm
several days,
sure.
and so but they'll go back and look at it again and sort of see where it's absolutely needed. Talk to employees about who can, who can't. But letting the aides know they would have to put in their whole time.
Right.
We prefer you help us out here,
Right.
and we can make it more of a voluntary type of thing.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Based on their
So-
schedules,
So
but
how much work is it, Eddie and Russell, to go back and look at
we don't.
you've
check
already got
routes.
some of that information up here for, the less than 10, 11, whatever.
Yeah, we have most of this data already.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would be able to tell us how many buses actually need an aid and what times of the day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, without a whole lot of extra work. Okay,
Well, and it might come down to the fact that, it might take a couple weeks for the drivers to know where they might be having the issues.
True.
and then that way
Right.
they could fill us in, and if we
Yeah.
needed to make changes.
That's a good
Right.
point.
You
That's a
know?
good point.
Something too that will help the literacy aides is if we are not stuck to having to do those secondary runs, the elementary run is only 1 hour. It's 12 to 1.
Right.
So to get someone on the bus for 1 hour, that should be a lot more manageable for our schools to not interfere with the literacy aides
Yeah.
helping in the school
Good
as
point.
well, as
Yeah.
opposed to a 4 hour gap. Would that be,
Good-
am I
good
saying the
point.
correct
Yeah,
thing, Dominic?
that's fine.
Yeah.
So that
very
should
good
really
point.
help. If we,
Yeah.
you know, and we can make that a priority is getting, especially the large ones where we have more than 26 combined,
Uh-huh.
then if we have more than 26 combined, then we have to clean seats.
Yeah.
So we'll prioritize those first, okay? But if not, the bus driver can divide the bus up, drop off set on this side, pick up sets on this side, okay? And that type of thing. So, and I don't know how many that actually will be, but it would only take the person out of the building for 1 hour to help us out with the elementary kids. Because they're the ones who need the most
Sure.
help.
Yeah.
And our middle and high school kids, they know what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So does everyone feel okay with that plan?
No.
I'm comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable with
I'm
it.
fine with it.
I mean, I am so not fine with what's happening here. I can't even begin to tell you how annoyed I am, upset, and there's words I should not be using here to say how wrong this has come down. It has come down totally wrong. Now we're asking people to do their job that they did not ask to do, work hours they should not have to work, and then imply that if they're in the buildings on Wednesdays, that these people are just going to be sitting around doing nothing, collecting money. That is so wrong. And just because employees do not speak up when they're in meetings does not mean that they're not happy with what's going on, because it's their job. You're their bosses. No offense, guys. You all work hard for us, but they're not going to sit there and tell you, I ain't liking this. I wasn't hired to do this. How come? I thought this is how this was supposed to happen. So just because you're not hearing that doesn't mean they're not saying that. I'm feeling right now, anything that I'm being told around getting our children back to school, I can't trust it because I don't know when it's going to switch up on me, or the parents, or the students, or our employees. This has just been a big screw up when it comes to what you asked me to do and under what conditions that it would be done under. How are we supposed to be trusted when we say one thing and then constantly it's something else? Or we don't quite say something and then it turns out to be something that we're not comfortable with. But you need to be comfortable with that because that's the way it is, because we only got this and we only got that. Well, if we don't have enough to be doing what we say we're going to be doing, then we shouldn't be doing it. And we should be going remote until we get things right. Do we have enough custodians yet? Have we got enough part-time custodians that are supposed to be helping to fill things? Where are we at? Oh, do we still have all our nurses? I mean, what's going on here?
I totally agree with Penny in that, I'm trying to come up with a solution to something. If this is what you all, everybody knows where I stand on all this. And if that's what we need to do, but we're asking people to do things that they are uncomfortable with, that they never expected to do. And I realize in this world, we have to be flexible. It's that things are changing and all of that. But I think that I've gotten lots of emails from people that have concerns about things that they thought were going to be one way, and now they might not be quite that way. And I know and I've said this too, I know everybody's worked hard. I know we've done everything we possibly can, and we put together the best we can. But is that good enough to keep our students safe? Is it good enough for our staff? Is it good enough for our community? And Penny brings up something too, that as soon as one bus driver is sick, and now that person can't go on the route, oh wait, now we got to quarantine half the bus, and we got to quarantine other people. What's going to happen We're scraping. We're making our clerical staff be bus aides. We're making literacy aides come and be on buses. What is going to happen when we have to start quarantining people? Because it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Look at Radford. It happened. They shut down. It's going to happen. And we do not have the manpower. It's no one's fault in here that we don't have it. Everybody's doing the best they can. I get that. I totally appreciate that. But maybe we need to sit back and say, hey, this is just way too much to really deal with now. Maybe we should take a step back, wait a few weeks, and get all the kinks out, get things settled, let the dust settle, and then we go forward. I totally agree with what Penny said. And I've had lots of special ed teachers and some who are older and they feel like, oh my gosh, now you're asking me to clean up after all these kids on a bus. Normally I'm with one kid all day and now I've got to do all these different things and it's frightening. And, and I keep hearing it's ridiculous we shouldn't be afraid and, we can't make decisions based on fear. Heck yeah. Yes, we can. If people are afraid, then we don't want them to be doing something. I think we can make decisions based on that.
Well, with all due respect, I have to remind all of us that this is not time that we practiced before. And I think we are all dealing with this unknown and how things are going to turn out together. And I think even if we say we don't start today, these problems are going to be existing in 2 weeks. Because we're going to still need the bus drivers. The virus is still going to be around.
But we'll know where things are going. We'll have a better idea of where things are headed.
But the practice of how we use these things is not going to change. We are still going to need the aides on the buses. We're still going to need the bus drivers. The shortage of aides or shortage of bus drivers is not going to go away in 2 weeks because we are remote. I mean, I see what you're saying, but we're all trying to come up with a solution as best as everybody can. And it's not going to be perfect because there's no written plan for this. I wish we had. That way we could have followed that and do, item by item. But we have to, figure out, doesn't matter how long we'll wait.
And go remote, grow remote. Well, look at what that's doing to the everyday family. And we pushed it back 4 weeks already.
Exactly.
And, I don't understand why we can't just start and try. And everybody say, oh, well, this isn't right and that's not right. Well, like Goonan said, we don't know till we try it. I mean, nobody's ever done this before.
Newsflash. Radford did.
Exactly. And Radford's back.
And it's not going to be gone in 2 or 3 weeks.
Exactly.
It's never going to be
So
gone.
you're going to push it back 2 weeks. Well, here it is again. We're going to push it back 2 more weeks. Well, here it is again. And all that time, you've got all these community members. It's affecting parents. And yes, you can say, oh, well, it's all about lives and this and that. Well, it's all about lives everywhere you go. Everywhere. Every child that's out in the public. And yeah, I know all these teachers don't go and the principal and this and that, and they don't go here and there. Great. But there's a whole lot of people out there every day that has to go to work. And they don't have a choice. And those are the students and the parents that are making sacrifices as well. We all have to. We're all making sacrifices. I agree. And I think, yes, let's look at the buses. Let's do a rotation so it doesn't fall on any certain person. It doesn't fall on any certain one. The hardship isn't absorbed by any one certain person. But, is there a trade-off maybe that with Wednesdays being off, we can rethink, okay, this person got up and went on that route 2 mornings, but they're going to be able to accumulate that Wednesday time by being off. I mean, sometimes there's trade-offs and workforce does it all the time. So
let's work as a team and come up with
exactly,
solutions.
let's try to
We
do
can
this
rehash things to
effectively.
death, but
I'm gonna be clear here. We can sit around and come up with ways we work this. The issue for me is we were not told what was going to happen. We were told this will happen.
And that's
if
the
you
only
do-
bus aides,
if
Miss
you
Franklin.
do this.
It
And-
was, the
and
bus
then
aides.
all of a sudden, it just all went away.
I mean, I know they promised the bus aides.
After I voted, because this is what I was told.
The
now
buses-
I'm pushed to a situation where I have to do something else that I'm not totally comfortable with because I was told this that made me comfortable. So we can sit here and say, oh, let's play nice and let's come up with solutions. But that's a big issue for me.
I
And it's
understand
not
that.
the only thing that happened.
And I know I was hoping bus aids every bus too, and I was disappointed as you were.
Not, evidently not.
Well, that's why we asked them to look into how we can find bus aids. We can't go and hire 200 bus aids to cover. We have to figure out what we have to cover,
Well,
or we don't cover all of them.
one
We
of the
can.
reasons why we can't hire aides is because we don't pay people.
Well, that's a
It's
whole
because we
total
don't pay
different
people, and we should have
topic.
been
I
looking
agree.
at that. We should have been looking at that years ago.
I mean, I agree on
Years ago.
that.
So
Can we
when
come
we
up-
have aides, if I remember right, when we had our report that have a 30% turnover, and then we're asking them to do more that they may not be comfortable with, and there may be folks that said, yes, I'm willing to get in here and do what I have to do, but there's others who may say, no, I'm not, and other people who may be thinking about working for Montgomery County, but then we've run into this and they're going, I don't know, because I don't want to have to deal with something like that. So they don't come to work for us. So yeah, there's a lot of people out there who are having to deal with childcare, but there are a whole lot of people out there who have to go to work too, and they're scared to death because they don't want their kids to go back into the buildings either, but they're going to have to do that.
Mhm.
And yeah, we can't live in fear, but I want to live with facts. I want to be told what's what, and we go from there, and not, well, this is kind of now this, and the board pushed back. So now we've got to do something different other than just do this, because that's what we told you.
So can we come up with a consensus here so that we can give our administration some guidance on where to go?
I'm okay with optimizing.
We can, I do want to come back to Ms. Franklin's greater point because it is something that does need to be talked about. But
Can I ask a question real quick? Who were the aides when we delivered lunches?
The same aides.
Okay,
Same
thank
age.
you.
But
Yeah.
they didn't have children in school. They
These-
didn't
and-
have that responsibility of doing their jobs that they would have to do now because kids are in school. Plus, I'm gonna have to be on the buses.
When we first originally said we were going to put aides on the buses, these are the same aides we were going to put on the
Mhm.
buses. We're not going to go out and hire 200 folks
Right.
like Ms. Karan said.
Well,
And I'm
there
sorry
should
that
have
detail
been
was
some-
left out,
should
but
have
I,
been some thought, which you admitted. We didn't think that, oh, once the kids are in school, we won't have the aides because they're going to have to be with the students.
no, that's not the reason that actually happened. It was a special education issue with our special education services that need to be given.
Exactly.
And so that's
my
what
point.
That's what changed between when I told you we could and told you we could not. Now that most of the IEPs have been written, that is what changed us being able to possibly actually make this happen. So it was not, I told you, we felt good about it at first, but then Dr. Walker said, well, we got to do IEPs first. So they've got through those. Now we know who's available and who's not available. So then I came back and told you that last meeting, I said, we're going to look into this to see if we can still get these aides on the bus. And so our folks worked hard to make that happen. Plus we needed to find a way to give these aides anyway a couple extra hours a day because they're getting paid for 8 hours and working 6. And so that is how that happened.
Okay, so we have students in this district who've been with us for many years, and even without a new IEP for this year,
Yep, absolutely.
we
IEPs
know-
changed.
We knew that they still were going to need to have assistance.
No, we did not. And here's why, because of the instructional program that we actually were putting forth. We have a 50% program. It's not an all-day program. We didn't know what kids would need all-day services versus a full day of services. So this is not a normal school day. And so our SPED teams had to figure out who was going to need all-day services versus who did not. And so unbeknownst to us, we actually had more who were going to need more all-day services than not. So that is what sort of made us have to take a step back and say, I'm not sure we're going to be able to do this. But then they've got through their IEPs. We know what's available. We thought outside the box. And yes, the board did push back and said, this is not right because you said we were going to do it. Now you're not. And so, I asked our team to go back to the drawing board. Let's see if we can do it because it is something that we want to do and it would be helpful. There's no doubt about that.
So what is our direction right now, board members? We are okay to some optimization and looking into the number of kids and concentrate on elementary or midday? Are we all good for?
I'm good with that. I think that's a good.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm okay with that as a mitigation strategy from this point.
And we can come back to you at the next meeting and let you know how it's going and
Sure.
actually give you bus by bus, how many kids are on the bus that the actual aides are on and to help
And I
understand.
bet the bus numbers will fluctuate too. First couple of weeks, people may decide to ride or not ride the bus or,
Right.
car ride. That's what I meant.
Absolutely. And this is a good time too to remind everyone that school starting next week will not be perfect. Beginning of any school year has bumps.
I never is
Yes, and
perfect.
transportation, who works so hard, that's it's tough. And so there are going to be bumps next week. There are going to be things that we need to get through to get into the routine. But we usually after a couple of days, it's sort of a good thing. We're in one day and then we're off the next day to have some time to really sit down and take a look at it again. So that is a good thing. But any beginning of the year will have bumps, and so will this one. Mr. Kranz, you've got more stuff too, don't you?
Oh, that's
Yes.
right. The
Mhm.
presentation
Ms. Franklin,
continues.
for your info on the custodians, this is the first time since I've been here, we do have them all fully staffed. Of the 10, and David said he's vetting one more. So we may get to 11, but I can't promise you that. But we do have 10 of the 20 positions filled right now.
That's for the full time.
The 20, yes, ma'am, that we said 8 hours to fill that gap. We've got 10. One he's vetting, so it would be, and I haven't heard anything beyond that one, like he's had another 2 interviews or anything like that. My
So-
understanding.
So there were still some part-time employees that we were going to add to the buildings too.
We've hired all positions that are assigned to the building permanently have all been filled.
That's permanently.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
talking about folks who are not permanent.
That's the 20 8-hour positions that we added.
Okay,
That's
so
what we added for the COVID,
we added one extra person
right, per
to
building.
each building, and we have those.
And we have
But we also.
10 of those.
So we don't have 20.
No, ma'am, we have 10 of the 20. And then all of our other staff, whether they're 8 hours, 6 hours, or 5 hours, because that's generally my range, they're all fully staffed at this moment, which is the
Okay.
first time since I've been here.
And that's our normal,
Yes, ma'am.
right? But
Which is
we
usually not
also-
normal, right?
But yes, ma'am, you're correct. That would be our normal staff.
Right. And because we gave folks a raise, that helps bring folks in.
Most definitely it did.
So we also said that we were going to add a part-time person to each one of the buildings too, to help get us through this, right?
That was the 20.
How
That's
many-
what I said was it was the 820 because that's what I've got in the COVID budget and what's in the CARES Act. So that they would have 2 day custodians that allowed each school to make sure that their high touch point areas were being wiped down. Restrooms were not necessarily being cleaned, but we're making sure we had soap, towel, doing the things that we needed to throughout the day on those high touch point areas.
So there's a word I don't like to use, it's called a temporary employee. And those, you said you wanted to hire a temporary employee that also to be in the buildings, custodians.
That I think you and I we've missed something because that was not the intent. The intent was we had 20 positions that would be 8 hours each.
I think what Ms. Frank was talking about, we filled up our regular custodians. They're done,
Correct.
which is the first time that I can remember that we had a full staff of custodians. And then we were going to have 20 more who were the temporary positions. Of those 20, How many are full now? It's 10,
Yeah,
correct?
10.
Is that what you're talking about, Ms. Franklin?
Okay,
No,
so we still don't have that
10.
half.
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take us to hire those first 10? How long?
We put the posting up July 15th. We've done multiple job fairs since then. We've done an email blast. We also recruit on social media. So it's taken until then and until now to hire those 10. But in the meantime, we also had open positions available, full-time positions available, as well as part-time positions available. So we've been hiring those 10 as well as the full-time positions and part-time positions since July 15th.
So in using those positions, Mr. Krantz, would you take the ones we've hired and divide them out? Like take one and over 2 buildings, work parts of days?
We've looked at that. We've looked at somebody from nights up and then taken, and we talked to our strand leaders and working where we almost have like roving teams, people who are willing to float, that we can come into the schools and help them out, fill their gaps.
Okay.
We're trying to do everything to make sure we're keeping these buildings clean. So we have introduced on every bus a software package that's called Busware. And that will be rolling out the very first day of the school year. What is Busware? Busware is a parent app that works on the majority of all smartphones. That phone will give you the location of your child's bus as soon as it starts moving. And it actually is a map and it shows you the bus basically in real time. That bus information updates every 5 seconds. So it is fairly real-time data. It will actually send you a notification 5 minutes before the bus arrives. In addition, as it gets closer, within 30 seconds to a minute, it sends you another notification. Dr. Meyer and I both have tested it throughout the summer with our meals programs, and we can see when the buses are showing up and delivering the meals to the children.
I'll say it was great. I mean, I had, of course, I was testing it with my own kids. And in the morning, I knew when the bus was coming, and I could tell them, get out there. And then when I was not at home in the afternoon at times, I could see when they were getting off the bus. And it was really, really helpful. And I hope this is going to help our families, especially on days when there are delays.
Right.
Because there are times when buses are late or it's cold and you don't want to go out to the last minute type of thing, or it's raining. And so where they can actually see the bus moving in live time. So we're excited to do this for our families.
This may help with the waiting altogether to this, COVID era. I think if everybody knows when the bus is coming, they don't have to go out 15 minutes and wait around the bus stop.
The other
altogether.
software we had a delay of almost 5 minutes sometimes. And so it just it would
I
throw
tried
you
that one
off
too.
sometimes.
My kids were going to miss the bus if I used that one. So I want them to get on the bus. So, yeah.
On the food serving side, so we had been under what's called universal feeding program. That allowed us to just give a bag of food out. We count that for a reimbursement. We did not have to know the child's name. We did not have to know the child's eligibility. If a parent came and said, I have 5 children, we could give 5 bags. Under the traditional meal program, we're not allowed to do that. Under a traditional, we have to account for that meal to a specific child and then match it with their eligibility, and you would have money transferring hands and so forth. This has been going on since the beginning of June nationally to get USDA to grant the waiver, and they did. So starting with us on our first day of school, the university feeding program is in place. It's in place through December 31st of 2020 today. That will allow us to operate under the exact same program we've done since March 16th to August 31st. This program will allow us to serve meals without verifying, that I gave it to Tommy Kranz or I gave it to Penny Franklin. It just says I gave a bag to an individual who was a school-age child, and I therefore can claim that for a reimbursement. It is very similar to, Mr. Shabaka, what you refer to as the CEP program, where you serve the meal, it counts as a reimbursement meal. You don't have to do anything other than that. You take that meal, and based off of the formula that's set with your application, you then claim that much here. In this case, it's different in that we will be able to claim $3.40, it's actually $3.51 this year on the reimbursement for every meal that we serve.
Let me say too, this is going to be great too because of the situation that we're in. is that there's no money being exchanged. You know, kids do not have to key in a keypad, or we were going to actually have a food nutrition staff do the keying in
Right.
for every child. So there would be none of that. Every child, regardless of their status for free and reduced lunch, will be just given the bag and go. And it's actually going to help us with instructional time in classes, and I think it's going to be a huge benefit. I'm so glad that this was changed for our students. It's going to be great for all kids.
So outside of school for students that will be attending remotely,
Or virtually.
yeah, how,
We
sorry,
have not, I mean, individuals can come to school and pick up the meals there. We haven't seen the final regulations though on the universal, so we're not certain. And those are supposed to be coming out literally any day or
so this will
week
be
now.
in the buildings only.
Right now, it's in the buildings only. The other challenge with the buses is we are pretty much using, you know, if we stay with our plan, all of our buses are on the road. So, and all of my drivers are on the road. So I'm going to have a lot of excess capacity that, you know, I can get in a bus and drive around and drop off meals at homes like we've done in the past. Now, we are looking at in that slot between 1 o'clock and 2:30, there's some windows. Maybe going like you do in summer feeding, you pitch strategic locations. Families could come to those strategic locations, pick up the meals. And then that bus is in the strand that it needs to go to for its first pickup that afternoon. So we haven't given up on it. We'd like to find a way to make the delivery. I just don't have a definite plan to give you
That's fine.
on that.
Right, because we were just given the extension yesterday,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
was
Yeah.
the last day, which was ending it yesterday.
And we still don't even have the rules on it. So
Okay,
Yeah.
I
we're
see in
still,
your thing here, it says you don't know the finer point right now.
right.
Yeah, and if we are allowed to start doing bus delivery of meals again, that will be great. Especially if we have to pull back to a remote
Yeah.
setting.
Yeah.
What that does is this. You know, one issue we were going to have with a remote setting is food service, because they would not be serving food,
Right.
and there would be a huge possibility of furloughs and layoffs of food service if that were to happen, because we would not be making money to pay
Yeah.
food service. With this program, that possibly will take this out of it, where we could actually still deliver meals just like we were
Yeah.
doing in the summer, and feed kids. So that's very important to us.
Definitely was the happiest news of the day yesterday.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah.
Yes, so glad. Yep. You done, Mr. Krantz?
Yes, sir.
Are y'all done with Mr. Krantz?
Any
Real
other
question.
questions to Mr. Krantz?
I did. I wanted to say, because I don't think everything that's going to come up tonight is going to be sunshine and butterflies, right? And I just don't think that that's certainly not my duty as a board member. But I hope I'll reiterate that if I'm critical or if I ask a hard question or anything like that, it's not meant in a personal way towards you, your team, towards anybody and their team. But I think this is what our job is. But sorry, I should have asked this earlier, but I wanted to go back to, as far as these, so one of the other things that we've heard a lot about, that we've gotten lots of emails about, and I think a lot of people are upset about, is this crossover thing. And I was just wondering, you know, when I look at this, it was a bit of a surprise for me, and I feel like it kind of came a little bit late in the whole process. And I do wonder, since, you know, the very first discussion or talk or vote that we had on any of this plan was for the transportation. I know that we have to adjust some routes. Maybe we have to adjust them all. I realize that there's more work than just looking at our existing routes. But when did we get a late start on figuring these routes out? I mean, what did we know that we were going to have this? Was there a miscommunication? Did we know there was going to be crossover earlier?
Yes, we did. Especially when we had the survey. What happened was you approved the 26 on a bus.
Yeah.
And that's when we could get to work and start working on routes and that kind of thing. But something else that we also approved, and I'm not sure of the exact meeting, based on results of parents and surveys to parents as to how we were going to offer the 50% model. We had put out there, was it going to be 2 full days a week or 2 half days a week?
Mm-hmm.
You see? And so when we got the data back saying it was going to be that the parents preferred 2 half days a week, then they went and worked. What did I say? 4 half days a week. I'm sorry. 4 half days a week versus 2 full days. Yeah, thanks, Jason. That's when we had to go back and get the bus schedules correct and work
Sure,
on them. And
But
then
even
we-
that information was available in, what was it, July?
I mean, yeah,
Well-
I mean, that
Like
was,
that?
yeah.
Right.
But we
and-
didn't get our final information on bus routes until literally within the last week.
Okay.
But then too, I mean, when we had we knew our times were going to be 9 to 12, 1 to 4. I mean,
Within
that's
an
just
hour, it's
something
in-
that,
Yeah, it's
know,
impossible to run
right. It was,
doubles.
right. And I apologize for the assumptions made there. But it was impossible to do anything but that at that time and actually get in 3 hours instruction for our elementary students. And so there are a lot of details to what we're doing. We try to know what you want. And I apologize for missing that one. But we have developed hundreds and hundreds of details that, we have to make a decision. Is this something the board needs to know or not? And we misjudged that one. So
I guess as a child of a bus driver for 30 years, to me, having an hour in there to let off group A and pick up group B, I didn't even see how it would be possible to do more than just one ride. It's not even logically feasible. So for me, it was obvious.
Any other questions to Mr. Kranz before we move on to next presentation? Thank you, Mr. Kranz.
Thank you.
all right, our team's here to update you on our continued preparations for the COVID-19 response, including our plans for Wednesday activities. Mr. Garrettson's going to start with an overview of health data in the area.
Good evening, board members. We've got kind of a three-part presentation for you. I will present some information regarding some of the COVID data. Mr. Knott will follow and update you on some employee and staffing information. And then we've got some very exciting, I think, very exciting information about our plans for Wednesday. But before you get to the exciting, you're stuck with me once again. So
Happy to hear from you.
the board, as I understood it, asked for some updates, some data updates, and kind of regularly once a week. So we do plan to provide this same presentation to you even when you're not meeting. So we'll make it available next Tuesday as well. Again, just to give you some information, this is publicly available data. I will do my best as we go through the slides to try to explain where it's coming from, where we're pulling it from. In cases where we can drill down into the data, we have tried to drill down to the greatest detail that we can provide you. And we'll try to be clear in how we present and what we're showing, because it does bounce around quite a little bit. So we'll start with some information from the Virginia Department of Health, from their VDH page, their daily dashboard. There are essentially 7 tabs across the top on that web page. We will cover 6 of them. The first one is just a summary for the state of Virginia. It's maybe not as relevant as some of the other information we're going to share. I've got a number of screenshots in the slides. I will say on this page, the VDH page, when you're on the live website, you can hover over a location and it will give you more data. We're not able to do this in the slide because of my screenshot. But the first screenshot you have there is just kind of our area. And I tried to use our Celebrating Graduate logo just to kind of mark where we're at, okay? And sometimes, depending on the map you're looking at, it's hard to find Montgomery County sometimes, and you'll see a number of different maps presented. So forgive me for having to place that to keep myself in order. This first screen talks about cases. Again, this is VDH data. These are Montgomery County totals. This is as specific as I can get from this standpoint. And again, when we talk about totals, we're talking about since March of 2020. The total number, of course, never goes down. It does nothing but go up. And on this particular map, as the counties and the jurisdictions begin to get a darker and darker color of blue, they never go back. They always continue to just get darker and darker. Since March 2020, we now have 532 cases. That's 537.5 per 100,000. That's accurate as of today. VDH updates their webpage by 10 o'clock each day. So this is today's numbers, 16 hospitalizations and 4 deaths. Continuing with VDH data, and you see we kind of changed the color. We give you a new map, Southwest Virginia region, cases for the 7-day average. When we drill down once again, the most detail we can get is Southwest Virginia region. And you see that map, you see us marked once again. There's approximately 40 jurisdictions there covered in Southwest Virginia region. They do break it down sometimes as far southwest and near southwest, but on the VDH webpage for the 7-day average, you can only get the entire region on the public page. August 20th was the last time they provided that number. 189.7. Again, we give you the bar graph there just to show you. Again, in the Southwest region, all those blue lines represent tests being administered. That yellow line shows the 7-day rolling average. And board members, I'm going to continue to go unless you stop me for questions. And of course, we'll make questions available at the end.
Okay.
Demographic data, again, from the VDH webpage. Again, this is since March. We're talking about ages. Again, this is the New River Health District. This is the farthest I can drill down to our health district. Again, you see our district, Giles County, Pulaski County, Floyd County, Montgomery County, and the city of Radford is the small little area there with a 31 next to it. Best map I could provide, forgive me. When we talk about generally school age, we used 0 to 19. Those are their ranges. I don't have control over those. So you may say, well, we really don't have 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds in school. Those are the ranges VDH provides. So again, for 0 to 19 school age students, generally 310 cases. Again, that number does nothing but go up. It never goes down. Those are total cases, 0 hospitalizations, 0 deaths. Again, with the staff, we try to use the ranges that are provided. So 20 may be a little bit young. I won't speak to the upper end because I don't want to offend anybody. But generally speaking, for staff age 20 to 69 years of age, 939 cases, 20 hospitalizations, 2 deaths. They also provide us demographic data for race and sex. Again, VDH since March 13th. Again, this is our health district. Within our health district, based upon the cases that we have about 1.5% Asian or Pacific Islander, 5.5% Black, 8.3 Latino, 18.7 other or not reported. And you can see that not reported is a pretty large number over there in the screenshot to your right. 244 chose not to report race or ethnicity. 0.6% 2 or more races and 65.2% white. Those other percentages you have there are basically some regional data. I pulled that from the Weldon Cooper Center for Public Services at the UVA Demographics Group. They include all of Southwest Virginia, and they give you a rough idea of the percentage of those races within Southwest Virginia. So you see, generally speaking, in Southwest Virginia, about 3% of our residents are Black, 5.5% testing positive in our numbers. Latino, generally 2%, 8.3% showing positive tests. Again, it speaks to the disproportionality that we've heard throughout the pandemic, that it does seem to impact several races more commonly than their numbers should reflect if it was proportionate. It also gives you cases by sex. You can see they're almost 50-50. Not a significant variation there between the genders. When you look at the next tab across the top on this web page, it talks about locality. Again, we're able to drill down in the locality and get Montgomery County specifically. As of today, 532 cases, 537 per 100,000. As of today, they reported 39 new cases. The 7-day average, they don't really give that to you, but they give you the day by day, so you can calculate your own. So across the past 7 days, we average about 20 new cases per day in Montgomery County. And the graphic just kind of represents that there on your right. It just kind of shows you what it looks like on that website. Outbreaks. Again, this is from the VDH website. When we talk about outbreaks, we are able to drill down to the New River Health District, ourselves, Floyd, Pulaski, Giles, and Radford. New River Health District reports 7 total outbreaks, 114 associated cases to those outbreaks. 50 of those cases are among healthcare workers. They do provide a facility type, one long-term health care facility, 4 congregate settings, 2 educational settings. They don't provide any other specific details on this website. Again, they do note on that page, at least 2 lab confirmed cases are required to confirm an outbreak. And again, as Ms. Graham mentioned earlier, a good common understanding of that is positive, two or more positive tests, same place, same time. When we talk about testing, again, this is a tab on the VDH website. We can drill down to the New River Health District. Our percent positivity for the 7-day moving average is 9.1%. That's current as of today. The state average, just for your reference, is 7.7%. Our district testing encounters have seen a significant rise. We're up to 32,357 tests administered. You can see that in the graph there shown on the slide. You can see all those blue lines represent number of tests being administered. So you can see the steep increase during the month of August. You can also see that we have seen an increase in our percent positivity with the yellow line for the 7-day moving average. This is an additional slide that's on the site available to you. It talks about the multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children. You can see very few cases reported in Virginia in total, 8 total cases, 0 total deaths, none reported in our health district. And again, that's pretty much the overview screen that's available off the VDH website. Additionally, you can also access this a couple different places. You can get it from the VDH website. You can also get it directly from UVA. UVA provides a COVID model. This is their August 28th report, which is the most recent. They haven't updated it since then as of today when I checked. I think they do a weekly reporting system, so we're probably due for another one soon. Basically, the overview of the model, it's a model that uses Virginia Department of Health data to make projections. So you see in the slide, you can't see it very, very well. I'm sorry about that. There is a vertical line where at the bottom where you see the dates, it says today with an asterisk. I'm sorry that's not clear, but it does take you up to today with real numbers, and everything beyond that line is a projection, right? So the yellow or the gold, the light blue, and the rest of the dark blue line are projections. The model is predicted to improve over time, meaning the longer they work the model, the more data they have, the more accurate they believe it's going to be. It cannot take into account some things like mitigation impacts or other unknowns involved with the pandemic. And one of those unknowns that they're really speaking to right now has to do with the seasons. There's a lot of conversation in this week's report that speaks about the fall season and heading into the typical flu season. We just don't have that experience yet with COVID. I shouldn't say we, scientists don't have that experience yet with COVID to be able to speak to that. You do have a summary there. That's also a cut. The text at the bottom, that's directly off their page. It talks about this projection of a surge. The model assumes a 10 to 20% increase beginning on Labor Day across the board, across the entire state. There's an assumed surge at Labor Day. If we fall in that 10% category, that's what they would call their lower their low forecast. That's the lighter blue line. If it's higher, then it would be the gold line, and it does give you some dates where they predict that you would reach peaks either mid or late October, and that peak could either be 225 cases per week or 508 cases per week. And again, those are projections. Of course, no one knows exactly what's going to happen in October yet, but that's what the UVA model provides. Additionally, we've had some conversation about Harvard's Global Health Institute's key metrics. It's just one more measurement that's out there and available and providing information to the public to review. Again, this may be hard to read, but you have kind of a color-coded system, green, yellow, orange, and red. It talks a little bit about how they describe those levels. So for green, they say on track for containment. At red, they say it's a tipping point. And when you look at that, they give some numbers. To be in the green, you need to have less than 1 positive case per 100,000. To be in the red, you have to have 25 or more positive cases per 100,000. So as of August 30th, you see that Montgomery County, there again highlighted with our celebrating graduate, is in the orange. I will say that we were about 14.9 per 100,000. Their data is a little bit behind VDH, so they play catch up. So they have Montgomery County in the orange at 14.9. We wouldn't reach red until we were at 25. The state of Virginia as a whole in Harvard's model would be in orange, but just barely at 11.4. If they were at 10, the state of Virginia would be in yellow. Again, their key metric there is a framework that provides clear, accessible guidance to policymakers and the public. That's direct from their website, a direct quote. Drill down a little bit more with some more specific information. We have Virginia Tech's data here, straight off their website. This was updated August 30th, which was the last update. This data comes directly from the Shifford Health Center. Virginia Tech, of course, performed testing, as I understand it, on all on-campus students during the move-in period. So when you look, going back to the weeks of 8/16, 8/23, and 8/30, they tested a total of 10,053. 10,053 tests were administered. 98.2% of those were negative. 1.8% of those were positive, but that still results in 178 positive tests based on testing 10,000 there at Shifford. Radford took a little bit different approach. This is Radford's data dashboard, updated August 23rd. They were very selective in who they tested. They tested early returning students, such as athletes and resident assistants, and then they also identified certain students based on where they were coming from. If it was an area of high prevalence or a hotspot, those students were tagged to be tested. So you see a lower number, 1,705, but a higher positivity rate, 5.75. And again, overall, what we've seen across, kind of across the board in the New River Health District is a real transition from testing anyone who felt like maybe they needed it or felt like it would give them peace of mind to go ahead and take a test, to taking a much stricter stance and be testing more people, not students, but more any person who has a contact or an exposure or symptoms. So a little bit of a change in approach across all of our health district. We've also began posting our positive cases for MCPS on the website. Ms. Drake started posting this soon after our last board meeting when we had discussions around our notification process. You can see we got the first data point up on the 24th. We did have one confirmed positive case on the 26th, shared with us on the 26th, announced later that evening publicly as the board directed. District-wide notification, it was posted, and no positive cases since that time connected to MCPS school communities. And I think that is my last slide. Would you have any questions?
Any questions to Mr. Garrison?
Thank you for pulling all of this together. I think it's important to see that, and I think that it, I think it feeds into what we're trying to do and be transparent with, with what we're using for metrics. And I'm sure this will come up again when we talk a little bit later. But thank you.
Yes, sir. And again, this is nothing really special here about this data. It's all publicly available. So that's as we do the presentation, also for folks viewing at a distance from us, there's kind of just an educational piece of what's out there for people to be able to see and review.
Sure. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Jason, could you just go back to a couple of slides? I just want to make sure I understand.
I'll do my best.
The
Which one?
UVA COVID model.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to make sure I understand. This is basically projecting, and I realize it's not, it's science, but it's not perfect. It's projecting a peak in October.
Yes, ma'am. It predicts a surge starting on Labor Day. As I understand it, statewide, but certainly within our health district. That's the comment you read there, and it talks about the fall weather, and it talks about colleges, universities, and K-12 schools.
And going up to somewhere between 225 to 518 cases per week.
Yes, ma'am. That's the predicted
So
surge
it
in
looks
this
like
model.
Starting on Labor Day, we can expect to see like a really large surge. I mean, this is compared to where we've been. This is really big numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's
According to this
Because I thought I
model.
heard earlier somebody mentioned that we were at our peak now, but it looks to me like we haven't even come remotely close to our peak.
It's
Well, I'm
like-
just saying that's
right.
what that says.
sure. That's what the model
I
says.
just want to make sure I understood. And then
100%. Yes,
the
ma'am.
next one, the COVID risk levels.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Harvard Global Health.
Yes, ma'am.
And, yeah. So tipping point, it's hard to read that, Jason.
I'm sorry.
My glasses on.
I can read it to you. I'm sorry.
It's right above tipping point. It says 25 plus cases per 100,000 people. Is that what it says?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
So we would be there already, right? Because we've had there were 178 at,
According to the UVA model.
according to this COVID risk level. I would think we're in the red because we've had 39 cases and we have way less than 100,000 people around here, don't we?
No.
It's right at
No?
100.
It's more than 100,000?
Oh, yes.
I'm going. I'm checking.
Okay,
is
so
a
we're in the orange. For sure.
7
We're in
day
the
average.
We're in the
right?
orange. Yes, ma'am.
We're in the orange for sure. Okay.
They have us, and again, this is a little bit behind. This isn't as
Mhm.
current as VDH. They had us listed as 14.9.
And in that little map where you have the cute little graduates,
Sorry.
that's okay. The little red dot, that's Radford.
Yes, ma'am.
And the red county below us is Floyd.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, that's it. Thank you.
Sure. Other questions?
Could I ask the board, I think this is useful information, and we'd be glad to provide, if it's the will of the board, we would be glad to provide this on a weekly basis, maybe just send it to you on a Tuesday so everyone can have that. Would you like that?
I think at least at the meetings that we have, because
Yeah, well, here's the thing with that too. Of course, the next 3 second meetings of the month, they're going to be work session. They're going to be work session type meetings, and so you would only get it once a month if we in this settings. That's why and Jason's. We've already talked about it. He said he'd be glad to get it to you every week to keep an eye on things. I'm going to ask him to give it to me every week. So it's.
I would say, for me, I'm going to the website and checking on a pretty regular basis myself, but I do think it's a good idea to send this out. In the interest of not creating maybe too much work for Jason, some of the, I certainly agree with the idea. It's interesting, I guess, to see what's happening in our entire region, but that's maybe less, relevant. I'm interested in the numbers that are the closest to us, our health district, our county.
So we want us to every week or we want us to every other week, matching with the meeting times?
That would be fine with
Yeah,
me.
probably every
Just-
other week when we have the
Okay,
meetings.
so just give
Even
it
if
to you
is
every
a
other week, even
work
though we might
session,
not actually
we
do a
can
formal
still have it.
presentation on it. Is that what you're saying? Even though he doesn't do a formal presentation on it,
Yeah.
Correct.
yeah,
just provide it. Okay, we can do
Just the
that.
providing the
Is
information.
that okay, Mr. Garrettson?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I
If he's
think they
doing
would-
that for you every week, I would just like to have that every week. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, it's not going to be any extra work for him to do it for
Send
you
it
every
out.
week because I'm going to ask for it every week.
Okay. Send it
Alright.
out.
So you okay with, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that,
Yeah, I got a
that's
system
accurate.
now.
If you do it for
It's
me,
easy now.
it's easy
Easy
just
now.
to copy it out, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Great.
All right,
Excellent.
next
I
is
appreciate that. Thank
Mr.
you.
Knott.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett.
So we just wanted to give you an update on the vacancies that we do currently have in Montgomery County. And you can see here the vacancies listed. Some of these vacancies are in the process of the interview process is scheduled to take place. Some of these we're going to wind up starting with the long-term sub in some of these positions. And you can see here the 10 temporary custodian positions that we have not yet filled, that we're still working to fill. Any questions on this slide?
We have no teaching positions open?
We have a reading specialist and a special education teacher position open.
No
Other-
classroom teacher.
No classroom
positions
teachers
open.
at this time.
How many, have we had any resignations over, what's been our, have we had resignations over the last few weeks?
We've had some resignations, we've had some retirements, but no,
Could you give us the numbers on that?
I can. I don't have it right here with me,
Okay.
but I will get you those numbers on
I think that'd
resignations.
be important to know.
Okay.
I think it's, I mean, don't hold us to this because I asked that question too the other day. I think it was 2, wasn't it?
It was
2 last week.
It was 2 last
Right.
week, but we've had several since last week. We've had several, mostly from not teachers, but aides. And
You're talking about teachers.
Yeah, I'd like to know aides too. I'd like to
Oh,
know
okay.
classroom, and when I
Mhm.
think of classroom, I think of aides and I think of teachers and any positions. I'd like to know if we've had any recent resignations or retirements.
Mhm.
Because I do know,
No.
I know of a few people who have retired over the last few weeks,
Right. I know there were
but
two
not,
teachers.
they retired not because they were ready to retire.
Right.
But
But yes, I'll add that in from now on.
yeah, I think that would be really helpful to know.
And this is something that, along with Jason's report, that we'll provide weekly as well with his report.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So as far as substitutes go, the data you see on the left-hand side there for September 2019, that is an estimate. Munis is our management system, but it is somewhat fluid. It's very difficult to go back and pinpoint exact numbers. So we went back and looked, and you can see there in September 2019, we believe we had 281 active substitutes, 23 RIHIP substitutes for a total of 304 total substitutes. On the 18th, I reported to you that we had a total of 284 substitutes at that time. 18 of those were RIHIP and 266 were active substitutes. As of today, and all of the data on both of these slides was updated about 4:30 this afternoon. So that's the latest data that I have.
I realized that it changed on me. When I looked
It
at
did. But as of September 1st today, we have a total of 305 total subs. 18 of those are our RIHIP and 287 are our active substitutes.
Danny, do we know these active substitutes? So we know that if they get called, they'll come in. Or we check to see if any of these people are like, I'm not substituting now. I really would rather not be in the classroom.
We have sent and we have sent out emails and asked them to respond to, are they going to sub this year or not? And yes, they have responded.
So it'd be 21.
21 with the new floater nurse.
20.
I'll add that data.
So at one point, I thought we had like 8 sub nurses. The number.
I think it's
went
8
down.
still. I'm sorry I don't have that, but I will have that in the future.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nunn.
Good evening. I know you guys are tired and you've been here for a while, so we won't be before you for long. But this is about our Wednesday engagement activities or opportunities for students. As you know that on Wednesday, students will be required to sign in or to check in for attendance purposes. So with that in mind, we wanted to make sure that their parents had some activities for them to do, just in case like we have some overzealous students who've been waiting to get back to school. So they have finished all their work on Monday and Tuesday and they want something for Wednesday. So some of the activities that we have planned have fallen under these categories. Community outreach, technology support, and mindfulness, and also weekly challenges. We want our students to know that Wednesday is not like a snow day. It's not a day off. It is a day that we expect them to do some work. But we do want to make those activities fun for them. And we want to make those activities something that they can do from their homes, whether they're remote, no matter what their resources are, but there is something that they can do. Oh, I keep forgetting. I got to go to the next one. So the first thing is our weekly challenges. Once a week, there will be 3 challenges that will be updated. And these challenges will be updated in these categories. The categories that we've come up with are imagination. So an example of that might be some art or some STEM activities. Health would be something like mindfulness and yoga activities. And then discovery is an example where they would do some exploring outdoors or some music. We've even talked about possibly having the activity of community service where they can come out and give back to their communities. This is a perfect time for our students to find out where their talents are and where they're able to give back to their communities. We already have, for the group that's working on these Wednesdays, we already have 9 weeks of activities that are planned for them to do. Now, we must say that these activities on Wednesdays are suggestions, but we hope that our students will participate. Although it's not required, we are encouraging students to go ahead and put up pictures of the things that they are doing at their homes or in their classes, at their homes or in their classes. Their homes will be their classes on Wednesday. But on Wednesdays, put up pictures. They are not required, but this also maybe might encourage other students to participate in their families. For week 1 so far, what we have for the imagination category is to create your own learning spaces. I don't know about you, but when I'm kind of bored, I look at Pinterest sometimes, and we've seen some very unique or Facebook, and we've seen some very unique spaces that families and children have created. So that's going to be the imagination for the first week. For discovery, there is a reading bingo where you can pick out different things that you can read or type of things that you can read or people you can read to, like read to your dog or read to the tree or read to whomever. On the health and wellness, it's also going to be yoga. So there'll be yoga activities that'll be planned for health and wellness. So we'll also have rewards because we really want to encourage this. We want students to feel connected to our community while they're at home. So students who elect to complete 2 challenges per week during the first 9 weeks will receive a USB fidget spinner and will be entered in additional drawings for grand prizes. And the USB fidget spinners are, oh yeah, there's one up there. I already had one of those today. I was so excited messing around playing with them while I was kind of preparing for you because I could hear my mother saying, slow down, you talk too fast. Just so these are the activities that we are planning for our students. We're very excited about this work that we are doing. Are there any questions for me at this time?
Wednesday.
Love it.
Yeah, Wednesday sounds very exciting.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm sorry, what's the,
Okay.
on this, the weekly challenges, I'm assuming this is just a part of Wednesday, right?
Yeah, so on the week, on Wednesday, that is some of the things, because kids will also, if you're not finished with your work, then you can continue to do that work. But this would just be part of it so that families aren't worried about what else to do. Oh my goodness, they're home and they finished all of their schoolwork. What can they do? These are just some opportunities that we are trying to offer for our students, so parents don't have to go out and look for them themselves.
And these would be asynchronous, I'm assuming?
So these, yes, the students will just be doing these with their families at home. The teachers will not be involved because teachers will have hours that they will be working with students and things on this day.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, very exciting.
Good evening. We wanted to tell you a little bit more about what will be on this website besides resources for our students to do independently on Wednesdays. And we apologize for the screenshots, but this website will be up and live and you'll be able to see more of it when we have it published and launched. So one of the things that we'll be offering is a mindfulness page. And with the mindfulness page, it will provide suggestions like apps that can be calming, meditation apps. It also gives videos of calming activities, as well as what we mentioned earlier with yoga. But under the tabs as well, as you can see, which is pretty small, but you can see down below our family resources for mindfulness. So if parents are looking for additional resources to help their students calm and feel good, they can check out this page, which will also encourage families to check it out and bring their children to it as well. And then down below is a teen mental health page as well, which has links to different resources for our teens. Oh, and one other thing that I should mention, there's a Bitmoji Classroom 1 and 2. If you've seen some of those creative Bitmoji classes, hopefully this will encourage our students who do have internet that want to get access to this. They can check that out. If not, we can provide paper packets for them as well. Project Hope has linked into this page too. So we have community resources. If folks are looking for food, clothing, resources, housing, Project Hope has also linked into this page so that we can provide that for our families who are looking. Take care of your Chromebook, where are hotspots. Families can link into this page and find different information that technology has opened up. We are also working with NRV Community Services, and they have done a really great job with finding hotspots throughout our area, and we are making a consolidated list that we'll be sharing on this page as well. We will also be using Google Analytics to look at where folks are checking out this page so that we know that we're making a difference. If people are clicking on one spot more than the other, we'll know that, hey, we need to add more resources, or this is really working, and we can pump up our services through that way. So that is all I have. Do you all have any questions?
I think it's going to be very helpful.
Thank
These are all
you.
great, yeah.
Our hope is that our students can do this independently so families can get the work done that they need to do.
Are these available to teachers also and other staff?
I'm sure it will be since it'll be an online website.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just wondering if I guess if school counselors or guidance or something like that will be tied into this as well.
Yes.
So that
That's a
it
great.
seems like on a down day maybe when kids might be being introspective and mindful that they might want to reach out to their counselor.
That's a great question. We actually worked with some counselors on the mindfulness resources. And we know that there is, I can tell you one in particular, at one of our Auburn strands is making a mindfulness webpage as well. And so I said, we should link ours together so it'll just create more resources for our folks.
But I mean, as far as like reaching out to their counselor at their school, like, either links or a portal or something like that.
So if they wanted to contact their counselor, they could do
Yeah.
it. We could probably put
I
that
don't know.
link in.
If you think it's a good, I mean, I'm not saying you have
Yeah.
to do it. I'm just,
That's a great.
just asking.
already being provided.
Mr. Garrettson has some information about that.
Excuse me, we've got Jason here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Yeah, no problem. Our counselors came back, of course, yesterday. That was one of the tweets we sent out on social media, was just to tell everybody, hey, our counselors are back in the building. If you need to reach out, hear that familiar voice, connect with that counselor again. We actually have their counselors meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30. So I'll be meeting with all the counselors at that point. We've already had some conversations with them about, many of our counselors try to have those meetings with students at the beginning of each year. They like to work through their whole list. We're going to continue to try to do that, either through Zoom or individualized personal contacts, particularly on the Wednesdays, but really anytime they're available. But we did, through social media, reach out yesterday and just make everybody aware, hey, they're all back. They're all ready. If you need something or want something, reach out. And then they're going to be working on the other side to actively seek out their students once we get students back in school and moving forward.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
Wonderful.
And so, thanks for everything that we're planning for Wednesdays, but there is a basic piece that every student will have to do. And I would like for Dr. Johnson and maybe Mr. Wickham to come up possibly to explain what Wednesdays will look like for teachers and for students. And while they're coming up, the DOE is requiring us to have a check-in or an interaction with students on these types of days. And so we've come up with, I think, an excellent way to do that, where also teachers can contact students that are in need of help on these days. But if you all explain it, there's technology involved in it. And
I'll explain the form. So on Wednesdays, which is a check-in day outside of the regular Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, where everybody's off, we are going to use Google Classroom. And in that Google Classroom, it'll be different per different grade levels. The high school, I'll start there. Secondary schools, when we got into it, we realized that they may have to check in with 8 different teachers, which each student will have to fill out that form 8 times. So we went back and we thought about it again. So what we're doing is making a Google Classroom per school. And the students will check in with that one form. We'll post it at 5 a.m. And then by 10 a.m., they will have, when we'll close it down, and they will have to submit their attendance. Dr. Meyer, you showing them the form? Okay, Dr. Meyer's showing. He's showing the form that'll be out there. So it's the same form across the secondary schools. At 10 a.m., they'll turn off the form.
Okay.
The administrative assistants will note who has not completed the form. Thus, those are the students that have not completed it, which would be marked absent. They can also ask for help from specific teachers. So we have a drop-down list for each of the forms that's specific to the school, where they can list their primary contact teacher that they might like help from and any additional teachers that they might like help from. And then we will work with among the staff to be able to contact those teachers to set up the office hours or for assistance outside of office hours. If they want to leave a phone number, they can leave a phone number to contact, or we can just contact through Google Meet or Gmail. At the elementary school level, we're doing just a couple different things. So 4th and 5th grade, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade will do the same thing that the secondary schools are doing, with the exception of every teacher will send out the form because they have one group of kids. At the high school, you have different subject areas, so it was harder to do it that way. So at the elementary school level, they'll still use Google Classroom. They will send out their form, only this time it'll come back to the teacher, and the teacher can directly take that attendance. The one caveat was our K through 2 who have not really used Google Classroom before, and so they would not know how to get into Google Classroom to complete the form. Still going to use the same form, only we are going to email that form to the student's email address, not the parents. And the reason that we chose the student email address is we as a division, we control student email addresses. We make sure that every student has one. We cannot guarantee every parent has an email address. So sending it to the parent email address, we would not get the results we want. So we've created some videos to share with parents on how to check their child's email address. And because we control the passwords, we can always help them in. So that's how we were compensating for our K through 2 who don't have the experience yet. But as soon as we get that experience, they will also transition to the Google Classroom method. It's just easier and it makes attendance easier for the teachers to take. Any questions on that process?
Dr. Johnson, anything to add?
Well, and what we really appreciate about this forum, the VDOE came out with guidelines of what the Wednesday independent work day should look like. So they want some type of check-in, some type of communication take place between the student and the school. So by producing this form, not only are we assessing our students, how they're doing on Wednesdays, and we're having them check in, but we're also assessing how they're doing in their classes. So we think that Wednesday checking in is valuable. We think it's priceless because right now, as of September 13th, our students would have been out of school for 6 months. So just trying to assess where they are, what extra help they may need in that class, we think is monumental to try to help them, in narrow that achievement gap that has taken place over the last 6 months. Any questions?
It's just amazing how many details involved. It's just like, but you guys are also wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Wickham. Dr. Johnson, do appreciate that. All right. Next up is Ms. Whitaker, I do believe, correct? On advisory committees.
Were we going to have a discussion after this? I thought
Not what?
about the data that we were just presented with.
It's up to you.
I'm sorry. I'm just-
Oh, I thought we were, during board reports, we started talking about the health task force and this data and whatnot. And
Sure,
I
we
said
can
that we
do it
would,
here, or in my mind, I was, I guess, thinking the old business, but
you're the chair, it's
either
up
way
to
is
you.
fine.
I don't. I
And
guess
also
at
as a
this
board,
point-
if you want to take a 5-minute break and use restroom, if that's the desire of the board, we can do that now also before we switch. Mr. Chabaka, will you be okay discussing under old business?
Sure, we can do it under
right.
unfinished business.
So are
tonight.
we okay to continue? All right, we're ready to move on to the next one. Thank you.
We're not taking a break now? We're doing it after this? Is that? Are we taking a break now or not? I thought you said we were taking a.
Well, yeah, I suggested, but I didn't hear anybody wanted to. Do you want to take a break?
Sure, let's take a
Okay,
quick break.
I'm sorry, Ms. Whitaker. How about 5-minute break?
5 minutes, yeah.
You said 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
It's like some people put money.
Much. I'm going to move it a little shorter because I'm short. Okay. Well, good evening. I wanted to talk with you a little bit this evening about our advisory committees. I've had an opportunity to go through and really review our policies and related to advisories and how our different advisories are functioning at this time, and I have some recommendations for the board today. So first, I want to tell you a little bit about our current policy, which is policy 2-3.1, which is community involvement in decision-making. And so this says citizen advisory committees. School board intends to involve as many citizens as may be practical in the activities of the schools. The school board, upon the recommendation of the division superintendent, shall from time to time appoint advisory committees of citizens in Montgomery County as it deems necessary and required by law. The school board shall provide such committees with specific instructions regarding their authority, the area or problems they are to consider, to whom they are to submit the reports of the deliberations. Unless extended, citizen committees shall expire upon rendering their reports, the completion of their assignment, or at the end of their appointment. And so, the first thing I noticed with this policy is that, I've been here 4 years, and I don't think annually we've come in front of the board and said, here's each of our committees and our advisories, and what is the work that you want them to be doing this year. And so you'll see that I'm going to make some recommendations in regards to that. But first, I want to just kind of give you a status of what committees we have, what they're currently doing, and then what I think we could do moving forward if you had agreed with those recommendations to provide more guidance and support to those advisory groups. So currently we have a variety of advisory committees. Some are required by law, some are not. Some are school board choice. And so I'll just kind of walk through this with you. Those formal committees that are dictated by law or policy are CTE Education Advisory. The gifted is not required, but if you have one, it does have requirements that, specifications that go into place if the board chooses to have one. Special education is required by law. School health is required by law, or not school health, the safety audit is. And then we have a school health as well that is governed. So the informal committees that we have are our calendar committee, our curriculum and instruction committees in elementary and secondary, our health insurance advisory, and our mental health. So what I'm going to do with each of those is kind of answer a few questions for you. What are the responsibilities and how are they defined? What are the code, law, policies, or bylaws that speak to how they're operating? And then how the committee membership is determined. And again, this is, if it's code, that's what we're supposed to be doing. But I will say in researching and studying, we are not necessarily in every situation at this time doing those things. And so I think there's some improvements that we could put into place. So the CTE advisory, the responsibilities are governed by the federal Perkins grant. And so the requirements do state that the local advisory committee for CTE must be involved in the development, implementation, and evaluation of CTE programs and local needs assessment, providing recommendations, direction, and assistance to CTE. These are governed by both federal and state law, and this advisory does not have any bylaws. The committee makeup is determined. Again, federal Perkins determines for us specifically who needs to be on those committees at a minimum. So you must have, it's a group of people representing business and industry, labor organization, workforce investment council, agencies serving out of school homeless and at-risk youth, special populations, local community colleges, teachers, parents, students, and other interested community leaders. Sorry. It's not going. Okay, there we go. So the responsibilities are outlined. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Did we get them? Okay. So the next one that we'll talk about is our gifted advisory. It is not required by law, but if you do have a gift in place, then there are some guidance that they give to school divisions. So the VDOE guidelines state that the gifted advisory shall, 1, annually review the local plan of education for gifted students, including revisions, and 2, determine the extent to which the plan for the previous year was implemented. And then we do have bylaws for our Gifted Advisory Committee. I would bet that those probably went into place several years ago when it was required by law that you have a Gifted Advisory Committee. That's probably why they do have bylaws and the other informal groups don't, because at one time you were mandated to have a Gifted Advisory Group. So the gifted bylaws state to us that the gifted advisory provides input to the division superintendent in the following ways: by reviewing the effectiveness of the Montgomery County Gifted Education Plan, by submitting suggestions and recommendations regarding the current gifted plan, the extent to which the previous year's plan was implemented, and countywide needs and priorities for gifted students, by addressing the effectiveness of the identification process, program procedures towards the achievement of equitable representation of students, the review of student outcomes, and the academic growth of gifted students, by suggesting modifications to the local gifted education plan as determined by program evaluation and student needs, by providing information as needed to interested parents, guardians, students, and community organizations, complying with FOIA requirements, and by accepting such responsibilities as requested by the division superintendent. The code, laws, or policies that govern this committee, although it is, again, not federally or state mandated, the VDOE provides guidance for divisions who do choose to appoint advisory committees. And those guidelines and the bylaws regulate the work of the committee. So the bylaws were last approved on May 2nd, 2011, and they state that A, the annual review, revision, and adoption of changes, that the committee annually shall review the bylaws and shall revise and adopt the changes to the bylaws as appropriate and necessary. That the procedure to amend those bylaws is that they may not be suspended, but they can be amended. Any committee member may make an oral or written proposal to amend the bylaws at any time. Robert's Rules of Order serves as the parliamentary guide, and any changes require a 2/3 majority vote of those members present and voting at the meeting of the committee. The superintendent must approve the recommended bylaws before the document becomes official. And C, the amendments must be submitted and read 1 meeting in advance of when the action is to take place. So the makeup of the gifted advisory is determined by those VDOE guidelines for the local gifted advisories, and they state who should be on that committee. So it should be comprised of parent, school personnel, and other community members who are appointed by the board. The gifted education administrator should assist the committee by attending all meetings, providing technical and clerical support, providing division data for the review of the program effectiveness, and serving as the office of the primary responsibility for the committee. The gifted advisory bylaws state that members are appointed to the committee for a 3-year term. Reappointments and vacancies are filled as appropriate. An effort is made to ensure that the membership reflects the educational level, ethnic, and geographic composition of the school division. Members may serve more than 1 term. For our special education advisory, those responsibilities, the major responsibilities of that committee are addressed in both the bylaws and the regulations governing special education programs for children with disabilities in Virginia. And they are as follows: to advise the local school division of needs in the education of children with disabilities, to participate in the development of priorities and strategies for meeting the identified needs of children with disabilities, to submit periodic reports and recommendations regarding the education of children with disabilities to the division superintendent for transmission to the local school board, assisting the local school division and interpreting plans to the community for meeting the needs of students, children with disabilities for educational services, review the policies and procedures for the provision of special education and related services prior to submission to the local school board, and participate in the review of the local school division's annual plan prior to submission to the Virginia Department of Education. So the code, laws, and policies that regulate this committee, it is federally required, and the state requires federal compliance. So although the state doesn't require that we have it, they require that we have to do what the federal government says to get the money. So it is kind of mandated by them, but not formally. So those and the MCPS bylaws regulate the work of the committee. So they do have them. They were last approved on May 4th, 2018, and they state that they should be reviewed no later than 3 years from the previous amendment. that the bylaws may be amended at any regular meeting by not less than 2/3 of the total active committee. A copy of the proposed amendments shall be submitted in writing at a regular meeting of the committee prior to the vote. So the committee makeup for SEAC, that's what we call it. The SEAC bylaws state that membership should be 5 to 15 members recommended to the superintendent for appointment by the board. Recommendations are made by committee members in consultation with the Director of Special Education and Special Education Leadership Team. They shall strive to maintain diversity by considering the geographical location of the prospective member's residence and the people with disabilities he or she represents. The committee will forward the list of nominees to the superintendent for board consideration. The superintendent and board reserve the right to nominate any candidate they feel would be qualified. Our School Health Advisory Board, those responsibilities from the Virginia Code state that if you choose to have one, then there are certain, again, just kind of like the gifted, there's certain regulations in place. So it says that the School Health Advisory Board shall assist with the development of health policy in the school division and the evaluation and the status of school health, health education, the school environment, and health services. Our school board policy 7-5.5, our wellness policy, also speaks to this in the wellness plan, which says the committee may review the wellness policy and guidelines as district priorities change, needs change, wellness goals are met, new health science information and technologies emerge, or new state federal guidelines are issued. The bylaws or federal or state mandates that govern this. Again, the Code of Virginia provides that guidance, and then our own policies state that we do need to have that committee. This committee does not have any bylaws. Again, I think that's probably because it was an informal committee and was not one that was mandated. How is the committee makeup determined? The Code of Virginia 22.1-275.1 states that no more than 20 members, which shall consist of broad-based community representation, including but not limited to parents, students, health professionals, I should say that word, educators, and others. MCPS policy states the committee should represent all school levels and include, to the extent possible, but not be limited to, parents and caregivers, students, representatives of the school nutrition program, physical and health education teachers, school health professionals, school administrators, school board members, health professionals, and the general public. Our Safety Audit Committee, responsibilities, Virginia Code 22.1-279.8 and MCPS Policy 4-2.2 state the division superintendent shall establish a school safety audit committee to include, if available, representatives of parents, teachers, local law enforcement, emergency service agencies, local community service boards, and judicial and public safety personnel. The School Safety Audit Committee shall review the completed school safety audits and submit any plans as needed for improving the school safety to the division superintendent for submission to the local school board. Again, the codes and policies that govern those are 22.17-279.8, and then we have our school board policy 4-2.2. The bylaw, the committee does not have any bylaws. And how is that determined? The code and MCPS policies state that the division superintendent shall establish that, and it has all of those members that I read to you just a minute ago. So those are our formal committees. Our informal committees are our calendar, our curriculum and instruction at elementary and secondary levels, our health insurance, and our mental health. So the responsibilities of these MCPS committees are typically comprised of MCPS employees and stakeholders appropriate to that group. Each committee is tasked with work and reports back to either the superintendent or the school board, depending on the nature of the work. What policy or bylaw dictates these? School board policy, the one I read to you right at the beginning, 2-3.1 states about advisories and that we should provide specific instructions regarding their authority, the area or problems they are to consider, and to whom they are to submit the reports of their deliberations. That should come from the school board annually to those committees. They do not have bylaws. And how is the makeup determined? The school board, upon recommendation of the division superintendent, shall from time to time appoint advisories. So that policy states those advisory recommendations should come through the superintendent to the school board, and then the school board should determine that. So my first recommendation, before I get to those recommendations, are there any questions or things you want to ask?
When you say the bylaws approved, whether it is gifted or special ed, it's those dates that you're given, May 2nd, 2011, approved by the board? At
Yes.
some point, we did approve them. Okay.
So the recommendations that I'm making are, you will also see those policy revisions. And so I'm sorry it wasn't there at the top. I recommend that we change it from citizen advisory to stakeholder advisory. And the reason for that is sometimes the stakeholders may not be citizens of Montgomery County. So an example is the CTE advisory requires that we have individuals from our local community college, which is not located in Montgomery County. It's located in Pulaski. And so it's very likely the individual who would need to serve on that may not be a resident of Montgomery County. And so I recommend that we change that to stakeholder so that whoever that stakeholder may be would be able to participate in that. And so you see there, that's my first recommendation, that strike through on citizens to stakeholders as may be practicable. And I said in the advisement of schools as opposed to activities. I just think it's a little bit of a more appropriate word in this place. And so that those stakeholders, will be appointed as required by law or as the school board deems necessary, and shall provide such committees with specific instructions regarding their authority. It does say to whom, but I also recommend that we add and when, so that those committees know very clearly what you want submitted to them and when you want it submitted to them, so that both the committees and the administration make sure that those things happen on an annual basis. To ensure equitable stakeholder input, advisory committees should include at a minimum any members required by those things that I just spelled out to you, the federal, state, local law, or school board policy, and as appropriate, parents, students, employee groups who are impacted by the work of the committee, administrative representatives responsible for oversight of the outcomes of the work, and should consist of or show ongoing effort to include representatives of each strand impacted by the work of the committee and representation that reflects the demographics of the MCPS student body. So I recommend that we add those components in just to make sure that we are, you heard in several of them that they do spell out. We need to make sure that we have representation from different groups. This will make sure that those groups are either getting the individuals, we're getting them on those advisories, or we can show ongoing effort that we are working continually to include those individuals.
Shouldn't we change that last sentence?
I think we need to
Change-
strike one more citizen.
Yeah. one
Yes,
more
I'm so
sentence.
sorry. I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
Yes, I apologize. So then my second recommendation, it says to ensure equitable stakeholder input, advisory committees should include any members that are required, parents as appropriate. And so the reason I put appropriate is, for example, our employee health insurance advisory board would not be appropriate for a parent to serve on. I can't think of many others that wouldn't, but that one specifically would not be a committee that we would have parents serving on. Students as appropriate, again, that same reasoning, it would be dependent upon the level. And then, like for ones that are employee only, we wouldn't have students representing on those committees. I will say too, our students, have really asked to be more involved and have asked to be participating in more of the actions of the school board and the school division. And so I think as much as we can include their input and feedback, they're our customers. They're who we are here for as our students. So as much as we can include their voice and their input, I think it's very important that we do that. Then appropriate employee groups who are impacted by the work of the committee, administrative representatives responsible for oversight and outcome of the work of the committee, and then must show that ongoing effort to include representatives of each strand that is impacted, and then the racial and ethnic representation that reflects our student body. You will see, we've been working really hard, so I'm sorry it was right at the last moment, but you'll see that we did add for you this evening recommendations, not of the individuals, but of the roles that we feel should be on those, and which should be voting and which should be non-voting. And so we can go into that later, but essentially, we do say there in E that we want the administrative representatives who are responsible to be there, but that they should be non-voting members on that committee. They should be there for consultation and guidance, but should be non-voting members. My third recommendation would be that we come at the beginning of each school year, and both formal and informal committees should be approved by the board and should receive direction from the board regarding the committee's A, authority, B, the area or problems they are to consider, and C, to whom and when they are to submit the report of their deliberations. We are already past the point at which I would recommend we do that in the future, which would be before, 3 days before school starts. So for this year, I recommend that what we do is in October, if the roles that I sent for you today are okay, that in October, each of those advisory committees would bring to you the names of the individuals that they would like to serve on their committee. Then those committees would meet and talk about what they would like to recommend to you as the area or problems they are to consider. You could certainly start from scratch and just tell them what you want them to consider, but I think you probably would prefer to have them say, hey, here's what we think we want to work on this year, and then for the board to say yes or no, or add these items on to give you all a starting place, but we could certainly change that. So then again, that's kind of how I think, since we're kind of behind it on having them come to you this year, if next month they could bring the official names for you to approve, and then the following month they could say, here's what our committee wants to work on this year, and then the board can say yes or no, and then give them additional directives or remove things that they wish to work on that year. That the superintendent will present those recommendations to the board, and then get further direction regarding your board directives and those responsibilities. I think. Okay. So do you have questions regarding those?
Thanks for all the work.
It is a lot of work.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of community members who want to be involved. We have a lot of stakeholders who are interested in participating. I think we as public education can always get better. We can always do better. And so when I was researching this, I certainly saw it as an area where, I know in this role last year, I did not bring each of those committees to say, what do you want their work to be? And then looking back, I haven't seen that that's been a part of what we're doing, but it's certainly spelled out in policy, and it would help those committees have a better defined process of what they're doing. And then also, I feel like when we have committees, sometimes you guys don't always feel like you know what they're doing. And so it would give a better opportunity for the board to be informed and aware, and to make sure the direction of the advisories is in line with what you would like them to do.
I definitely like the consistency, and also, it's really good to know what's going on for us. One kind request: can we use a community instead of strand?
Yes. And I'm so sorry. I got that
Like
feedback
strand.
earlier, and I did not correct it
That's
on
my
this, but
really
I did on my
personal
others.
opinion.
Absolutely. I would be
Actually,
happy to.
I was gonna point that out.
Thank you.
too.
Yes.
Or I don't even know if community or just different language. That I think is-
Sure.
Andy, I have a question.
See, Dr. Byer, he told me to do it. I just didn't get it on this one, did I? I
Well,
got it on the
mean,
other thing.
Yeah, I've always preferred communities.
Yes, I
Here,
think. Thank you.
But I know there's a long tradition of strands here as well,
Yeah.
but I like the community words.
Community.
I just
much
think it
better,
sounds
I think.
more appropriate.
Yeah.
Strand is, I don't know.
A strand of hair.
Yeah.
That's right.
I have a question.
Yes.
So people who are on the committee,
Mhm.
I'm looking at number 4.
Yes.
Person who serves as the primary office of responsibility for each advisory shall provide the superintendent the below.
Mhm.
The superintendent will present his recommendations to the board. So we won't see the recommendations from the actual committee. We're only going to see what the superintendent recommends to us.
Well, no, I think the superintendent would bring to you what they're recommending. It's just typically.
Well, it says the superintendent,
Yeah.
but it says that the superintendent will present his recommendations. It doesn't say the recommendations of the advisory committee. It gives you the impression that he will present who he wants. That just,
Well, sure. I think that,
it's a little confusing, I
I'm
think.
fine with, I think y'all change that. I think it's appropriate to show you the recommendations of the committee and then give you my thoughts based on the
Right. I mean,
recommendations.
I'm not saying we don't want to hear your thoughts. I
Sure.
just think that
Right.
it sounds as though we're not going to see
Right.
everything,
So,
yeah.
we'll make sure that that you will see the actual recommendations of any committee.
Mhm.
So however, we have to write that in the.
Yeah, it's not a policy. So it's just certainly something that we,
Procedurally?
yeah.
Okay.
So actually, yeah, and this actually goes again, the VDOE policy on at least the gifted committee, and I haven't looked into the other thing because we've been getting a lot of emails on the gifted committee in this summer, the policy specifically states that their recommendation is to go directly to the superintendent and directly to the board. So that's in the VDOE policy, as far as I know.
That their recommendation first goes to him.
It's not first. It goes to two places.
Right.
It goes to
I'll have
us
to go back
and it
and
goes to the
find it. Let's
superintendent.
see.
So I think that recommendation might be a little bit too broad. And
Well, I think that's what she was just
That's
saying,
what-
and he said, yeah, that it would just go
But-
through them, but you would get the same exact thing. It wouldn't have any change to it.
yeah, that's fine. I don't see why
Yeah.
it couldn't come to us. I mean, everybody knows how to use email in 2020, I think, who's going to be serving on a committee like this. But I'd rather not codify how that has to come to us. Just that it needs to come to us, right?
Well, I think just so those advisories are consistently giving the board, there's a lot of them. So if you give a direction of how you would like it,
Sure.
it would make it easier for them to be more consistent, in what they're doing. I don't think it matters what that is, as long as each committee knows how you would like that to go.
I think it's a logistical thing
Yeah.
more than anything. I'm going to give you whatever they give me, I'll give it to you. And I don't care if they email it to us, both of us at the same time.
Well,
That would be fine as well.
Well,
Just how we
typically
give
the-
directions to we can give the directions either way, fine with that.
well,
Yeah.
I would prefer that that the committee
Mhm.
give their recommendations to us as a board, as we have been doing forever, so that we're all hearing and being able to ask questions. And then if the superintendent has other recommendations, that happen all at the same time.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's fine. Yeah, definitely.
Sure. Yeah, one thing I saw in researching was a committee where, they gave, the advisory gave their recommendations, and then any comments or suggestions were given by those, those responsible parties or those individuals at the school board office to say, yeah, here's what we recommend or don't, but not removing it, just saying, here's what they recommended, and then giving their feedback, and then giving those committees an opportunity to look at the feedback and say, hey, here's what we think. But of course, the board's seeing all of those pieces. So that was one thing I saw another school division doing, was here's our recommendations. The individuals who are responsible for that at the school board office would say, here's what we think. Give that committee a chance to review it. They could change or not. And then again, all of it goes to the school board to see all of the communications that occurred. And I did not put that in here. I think I read it yesterday as a thing that I saw somewhere another school division was doing.
So you asked for questions.
Yes.
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to discuss. Is this the time, or do you have more to
I'm not
present?
sure, because maybe, do you want to go over why don't you go through each
The
committee
makeup?
and the makeup
Mhm.
of our recommendation of what the committee should
Or
actually
the next
be
slide.
comprised of. Is that okay, Mr. Baca?
Sure.
Let's see. I'm sorry.
Y'all have this in your docs, the actual
Yeah, the second,
as well, but we'll put it up here in a
second
second.
item.
Mhm.
Looks right. You want us to blow that up a little for
I have a
you?
paper copy if you need that as well, if that's easier for anybody.
Just, blowing up. And
Just a
we
little
see it
bit.
here, so.
Dr. Meyer always tells me to make it just a little bit bigger.
There you go. Does anybody want paper?
I'm good, Okay.
Hey, Annie, we let the committee off. The Equity committee. We'll come back to it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't have them on the.
That's all right.
Okay, so these are those committees that we were recommending in terms of, again, not people, but roles that would serve on each of them. You'll notice at the top of each one that it does tell us who the members are that would be required to serve on those committees. And then it goes down to say who we met with each of as a leadership team and looked at who are those other individuals that we spoke about before that would be impacted by the work of the committee. And you can see who we would say as well would be non-voting members. So if you look at the top, you'll see that asterisk indicates a non-voting member, and that the selection of committee members, we must ensure the racial and ethnic representation is reflective of the MCPS student body and the individuals from all communities are represented. I got that one corrected for you. So for CTE, again, those are all the ones I read out to you when we went over the code that are required to be on the committee. And then the other representatives to ensure stakeholder input. We felt like that list was very inclusive of all the individuals that should be on that committee, and so we did not recommend any others. And then the Office of Primary Responsibility would be the Director of Career and Technical Education. For the calendar committee as well, there are no requirements by code policy. And so these are the individuals that we recommend: parents, students, teachers, support staff, administrators, and then the central office staff, all of whom would be non-voting members. And then the school board member was determined during the January reorganization meeting. And so we put that anybody who is an employee, anybody at that level would be a non-voting member. And so the Office of Primary Responsibility for Calendar Committee has been the Director of Human Resources. In terms of the Curriculum and Instruction Committees, these were new. These were just formed when we closed down for the goal of advising on the return to schools plan. So these are very, very new. And really, they just jumped right in and started getting work done. So they probably have the least understanding of what you would want them to do, because we just needed them to get to work on how we could return to schools. So these are the representatives we felt that should be involved. Again, the non-voting members and the Office of Primary Responsibility for each of those. And so curriculum and instruction, elementary and secondary, look very similar.
Except students.
Yeah, secondary.
Yes, except for students. We did not put students on the elementary committee. Gifted Advisory Committee, the members that are required are parents, school personnel, other community members, and the gifted program administrator. Other representatives, we wanted to define who those school personnel would be. So we felt that it would be teachers, general and gifted, a principal. Students would be secondary students only, and then the non-voting members would be Director of Secondary, Director of Elementary, Administrator of Equity and Compliance, and the Office of Primary Responsibility would be the Gifted Program Administrator. For our Health Insurance Advisory, again, this is not required by law, but it is a board that we've had in place. And so our representatives, we put any employee group working 30+ hours will have a representative, and we put a list there for you so that you could see those groups, and they would each have representatives on them. Again, our central office staff that would be on that committee, and the Office of Primary Responsibility for that is, oh, I went too far, I'm sorry. The school board has typically served on this committee as well, and you have appointed someone to that at your January reorganization meeting. And then the Director of Finance would serve as the Office of Primary Responsibility. Our Mental Health Advisory Committee is not required by law. Our other representative and stakeholders are parents, students, teachers, counselors, school psychologists, support staff, principals, and then central office would be those listed there: Director of Student Services and Safety, Assistant Director of HR, and Coordinator of Tiered Intervention and Supports, and the Director of Student Safety and Student Services and Safety would serve as the Office of Primary Responsibility. And that role has a lot of the committees here. So School Health Advisory Board. And so this is one that needs to have no more than 20 members. It is a broad-based community representation, including but not limited to parents, students, health professionals, and educators. We wanted to define those other educators for you. So that would include teachers, principals, student services team member, health and PE lead, school nutrition. The health professionals would include school nurse, the health department, hospital representatives, mental health, and then our central office staff, the non-voting members. And then the Office of Primary Responsibility, again, would be the Director of Student Services and Safety. Our School Safety Audit Committee, members are required by federal, state, or local law, or if available, parents, teachers, local law enforcement, education emergency services, local community service boards, judicial and public safety personnel. And then our other representatives would be principals, student and support staff, and then our central office members. And our Office of Primary Responsibility would be the Director of Student Services and Safety. Special Education Advisory, again, we lay out which ones are governed by the local law, school board or policy. So that's persons with disabilities, parents or guardians, one teacher, community civic organizations, business or industry, and public agencies. We also would like to ensure that we have a special education teacher. Then from central office, director of special education supervisor, and the special education coordinator as non-voting members. And the director of special ed is the Office of Primary Responsibility for that committee. So again, these are just recommendations to you. I don't think we've ever, that I could find clearly defined exactly who would be on. And so of course you could change those year to year, but if we said moving forward, this is who you would like to see, or however you would like to revise it, then we can have those committees bring the names of the individuals to you for approval.
Again, thank you. It's, I know, a lot of work, but it is nice to have a one backbone and consistency from moving forward.
I agree. Thank you. And I think it would be good for the committees and for, again, for you all to direct the work that they're doing and for them to know what the expectation and what product you would like from them so that, we can make sure you're getting the information that you need.
One committee that we failed to put on here was the equity committee. And so we'll add that to it and send it to you in an email the next couple of days, because that's a very important committee right now that we're working through.
So this is something that I do like that we're being consistent. I like that we're doing all this work. I appreciate your presentation on some of this, the first attachment, the presentation. I'm happy that the second document that's in there that you just showed us here, this sounds like it's just a starting point. This is just a suggestion. I'm happy that we're not codifying this.
Right.
Because again, looking at the VDOE guidelines, and I'm reading from this brochure that was passed around to us maybe a month or more ago.
Sure.
It says it is recommended that each local advisory committee establish operating procedures. These procedures should include the establishment of bylaws, the process of selection of members. So it is a little bit of a catch-22. Right? You have to have a committee that then creates bylaws that dictate who gets selected to be on the committee. So I recognize that, but I do think that, we need to be compliant. And I do think it makes sense to have the committee, the people who are on these committees, who in a lot of cases are advising us and may know more than we do about some of this stuff, do that task, I think. So I will say that for me, this whole thing is an opportunity for us, for MCPS, to really, I think, move forward in a way where we can really bring in more public input, because I think that's something that from time to time has come up. And I have a concern, when we talk about, I think the makeup of the committees is very important. And I think attendance is another interesting thing. When I was looking over the Alexandria City stuff, there was definitely some verbiage in there about attendance.
75%, yeah.
And I think that that's important because, in some of the committees that I've been involved in, you see that attendance drop off sometimes. And then what you're left with often is, the employees. And, what I'd like to see happen in all of this is that we get a process that truly gives us outside public stakeholder input into this stuff. That's not to say that I don't appreciate having staff input, but there's plenty of opportunity for that. And so I think that this, as much as possible, it'd be nice to have something like this. I like the way that the VDOE sets up the gifted committee to send stuff to us directly. I think that that's, important. I think it's important that what we're getting is coming from the stakeholders and isn't overly influenced by, employees, whether they be teachers or administrators or whatever.
Mhm.
But, each committee is going to be, I realize that each one is going to be different, but the other thing that I liked about, looking at some other examples is this idea that, you have a committee that really is made up more of the public, the stakeholders, and then the staff can, so they submit something to the school board and the staff can kind of submit I don't want to say a rebuttal, but a response. And
Right.
hopefully if everybody's working together, those things line up and our job becomes very easy. And then the committee still has another chance to basically,
Right.
And I have asked for that since I've been on the board, is this idea of, give me the pros and cons of some of this stuff. Because sometimes when it does come to decisions, I feel like sometimes we'll only get one perspective or we won't get enough of another perspective. And I think this is important. For me, I think this is something that I'm going to be looking over in the coming weeks. I'm going to chew on it. And I don't know when we're planning to vote on it, but, for me, I think it might be something that I'd like to see a little bit more, teased out a little bit more over a longer period of time, even to get it right.
So we have
The plan was to bring it back in October with names because you have some
we have committees
active
waiting.
committees that we need
Yeah.
to move forward with to do work. And so,
Like
what
SEAC, I think, has to submit.
yeah, they have to submit. I mean, these are active committees that have to be
But
approved.
we don't have to have a policy to form the committees.
Right. And so, but, I think I think it's important to have community parents on there, but also think it's important to have our teachers. They're the ones who have to do the work in the classroom every day, and our administrators in the buildings. And I think a good group of folks working together can really help each other understand but no way do we want to sway it one way or the other either. We want to, to really be a good conversation. I think sometimes maybe a way of handling this too is when folks vote on things is to let you all know how they voted. I think that would be something that we could do. Like if you see that all the parents didn't like it and all the others,
Employees who do
employees,
vote.
so then we
yeah.
can give actual, some type of feedback. But what I don't want is, we can have, if you want separate parent committees, a separate committee,
No, I'm not asking for that. But if you're going to have an administrator and from central office and a principal and a couple teachers, and and then you're going to, you're already up to 4 or 5 people on the
Mhm.
committee that are employees. Finding 4 or 5 people that can consistently show up to committee meetings that are parents or students,
Mhm.
I think is going to be a little bit difficult. And so for me, it becomes about the makeup. I totally agree with you, and I think it's valuable to have. It's valuable to have the teachers. It's valuable to have the administrator. Parents. A lot of time they need some direction. They need some. Sometimes you guys are the experts on some of this stuff, but to truly get, that input unvarnished, if you will, or unswayed, or what? Yeah, I don't know. I want to make sure that we're that we're getting that. That's important to me. I think it's important to the public.
Okay, so for clarification, Mark, because I'm a little confused. Are you saying that you want the committee to be able to send their recommendations directly to board members for us to look over and review or whatever by email and not do a presentation to the whole board? Because I have a problem with getting presentations or recommendations from 20 people, and they may be trying to sway some recommendation that they may want to have, and they're trying to lobby the board before a presentation comes to the board. I'm not sure what you're saying here.
All right, so that's on 2 different things. I think as far as how a committee presents its findings to the board, can be. That's open to some interpretation and or to some wiggle room in some cases. But I think in the case of like the Gifted Advisory Committee, it's not. And I was just making a point that in the case of the GAC, the VDOE says it has to be submitted to us in writing. Now, I'm assuming that an email meets that requirement in writing?
Any delivery method. So if it comes through the superintendent and you get it in writing, that is in writing as well. Their bylaws within them, so like say how to amend their bylaws is within their bylaws. So they have already determined at this time their operating procedures because they have bylaws in place. That committee does.
Yeah.
So their own bylaws very clearly dictate at this point what they want to happen. And that is the governance for the committee at this time, which can't change until those bylaws change. And so for that committee, kind of that's already spelled out. A lot of committees don't have bylaws. And so it really is that piece of the policy that says the board will direct what you want their focus to be and to whom they will submit their report. So if you say they have to submit it directly to the school board, then there will have to, whatever group say it was different would have to change their bylaw to state that. Or if you said, this is how I want you to do, their bylaws would have to speak to what you all asked them to do unless it was outside of what the law said that they had to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that
And I think
committee
right now- I think
already
right now-
does have its operating
but I think they're-
process, which is
sure.
to go through the superintendent. So at this point for gifted, their policies say that they're going to submit them in writing to the superintendent. And so for them, that's the way they have to do that because that's the way the committee who created those bylaws got them approved. They can't change until those bylaws are approved. Their bylaws state must go through the superintendent first for that person's approval and then to the board.
Yeah.
So until at such time that changes, they're kind of under those guys. But I think that's why we need clarity as a whole. That's the piece we haven't been doing is the direction from the board, what you want them to do. And I think we'll be able to clarify it with, with you all saying, we want it to come straight to us, or we want it to go straight to the superintendent, but not have any changes in it and come directly to us in that way with however you
think-
dictate it. But as of now, their bylaws are dictating that process.
So let me ask this, and follow up with what Ms. Franklin said. I think it would be good for any committee that is presenting
Yeah,
to actually come and present.
I feel.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because, actually come, present, and have members of the committee there.
Yeah.
And actually do a presentation where it involves multiple members.
yeah,
It
it-
involves parents and,
It
and
will
then.
make our understanding easier too
Sure.
than trying to figure out reading
Right.
what it says.
And that's a procedure that I think we can actually do with any instance. All right, committee, you're done with what you're doing. It's going to the school board and, we'll schedule you to come and actually present to the school board your findings, your thoughts. So then you all can have a conversation with them. I think that's probably the best way. And then and I would say we would need more than just the person in charge of the committee doing the presentation. I prefer having parents, students, whoever
Yeah,
is on
coming
that
here.
committee, all taking part of the presentation, so you can actually have questions for buy-in and that kind of thing. And that would be a lot more transparent too than just getting something to read it and
Yeah.
And I
that
think
kind of
that's
thing.
fine to do it that way, if they choose to do that. And I would love to have, and is that what you were getting at, Ms.
Yes.
Franklin?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah. So
I think we can choose for them to do that.
well, we
Yeah.
can, I think in the case of the GAC, I think we can't, I think it would be, they would still have to submit something to us in writing in order
Well,
to
that's
follow
fine.
the law.
It's just-
So,
Yeah.
I think we should follow the law first. And then if they want to come, if we want to give them an opportunity to present, that's fine.
I think it could all be, maybe submit it in writing in advance so you all can read it and look at the
Yeah.
recommendations. So then a
And then
presentation.
come and
Yeah.
present.
in-
Right, Ms.
in our
Franklin?
packet.
But
Right.
going back to your question though, Ms. Franklin, that was about about how they present it. But I was making a point too, that I think the makeup of the committees is important. How many parents you have versus how many teachers or how many administrators, students, all that will affect the, whether or not, parents' voices get drowned or teachers' voices get drowned maybe, right? So,
Yeah, I understand that, but there are key people within the organization who should be on that committee.
Absolutely.
To be able to help guide
sure,
and help them understand, well, actually the law says, no, you can't do that.
sure.
Yeah. And that's true for all committees too, not to drowning, any parent's voice, and also getting the direction from the people that really, knows what we can do or we can't do.
Sure.
I think it really sounds good to just having it all consistent.
I think so too. I think it's going to create a more transparent process. We get more community input from stakeholders. And of course, I really like, Ms. Wright, you're going to be in part of a lot of these committees to keep an equity eye on the committees to make sure that all of our students are being served. And that I think that's going to be a big part of what Ms. Wright will do for us as well. I'm glad that we've sort of been pushed to this point to examine everything. I think that's good. I think it's going to be good for our organization.
So one of the things for me, I believe is important is what time these committees meet. If
Yeah.
you want community to be involved, having a meeting at 2 o'clock or 10 o'clock is not going to happen. Or it's not going to work for us to get the involvement that should be. So we're going to have
Absolutely.
to look at how we do that.
And that may be a problem sometimes with the attendance as well. Someone may not be able to commit to every meeting. I think what I saw in that one was there were specific people who had to be there a certain amount, which were the school division representatives and the school board members. I think I saw 75%, but that community or family, they may not be able, if we're looking to get equal representation, we may not be able to get everybody who could come every time or 75%. If the goal was to include a variety of voices.
And most all the leaders of those committees are sitting in this room. And
Yeah, there
they're
will be.
here-
I
they're
mean,
here
those
right
people
now
will be
to
there.
make sure that there are times that are appropriate where parents and folks can participate. And if it means in the evenings, and if it means on the weekends, then we'll do what needs to be done. That's
Yeah, and those committees, that should be part of what they decide together as a group is, similar to the board, when you all decide what day and time you're going to meet, what time it works for the people on the committee, because we will make ourselves available to be there at the time that works. I think for me, what I need to know is whether you want us to move forward with bringing the committees based upon this, or if the committees that are in existence at this time should continue with the approved processes they have in place until such time that you want to make other changes. Because I know SEAC is waiting to get some feedback. The Gifted Advisory is waiting to get some feedback. We'll have other committees that need direction, but I don't think they are the same emergencies as those two groups that are waiting to hear back from us.
I think we move forward with the two committees that already existed, and I know in the GAC they've done the work already, but I don't know about the CPAC, what was it?
The Special Education Advisory Committee.
Yeah, and I do remember more recently approving that one, I think.
The members we have.
But yeah, I feel like we've done that on a slightly more regular basis. So, but I think, so the answer I think is yes to both of your questions. I think I would like to move. I would like to move forward with this for the long term, but in the near term for these two committees that are in the middle of stuff, I think we move forward with the committee that we have.
So
Under the rules that are in place now, because those rules are counter against what that committee
Right,
in some
so-
places is recommending. So if
what I would like to do is recommend this. I would like to, because I value the work that's been done by the Gifted Advisory folks, and we don't want to omit anything that they've been done, but take what they've been done, include them, obviously the ones who have been that actually are part of the committee, obviously, and have a few more eyes look at what they've been done, just to make sure that it is addressing all of the concerns from, because it wasn't. It actually, the committee was not within the code, which talks about the for one, diversity and equity, and it wasn't within it wasn't a representation of the geographical area. And I don't want to throw anything that they want to do. I mean, if it's only 1 or 2 meetings, just to say, take a look at this, what do you think, and go from there. I think that's fair to the entire county.
Yeah.
That would be my recommendation. But it's whatever the will of the board is, I'll be glad to move for that
Yeah.
as well.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I think if there's a time, number one, if there's a time element, I don't know how quickly you can onboard
That's a good
people to
question.
do that.
Yeah, Barbara, is there a time element on this one? To gift it?
Yeah, they need to get, the old one expired, and so they need to get, we're working under that old plan.
But it's
But
not
we need-
changing anything we're doing right now. I guess that's my question. So does the state have a deadline on, you need to get this in now for us?
That's a great question. They've given us an extension. Typically, it's a 5-year plan. We've gone beyond the 5 years because of our technical review and some changes that they requested that we make. So we've gone beyond that time. And they also have given us an extension to submit at this point in time. So while we're beyond that and they've given us the extension, it would be nice to be able to move this work forward, just knowing that we are beyond that deadline.
So can we check with the DOE and see if they can hold off till November?
Sure, I don't
Maybe.
think that will be a problem, and we'll continue to operate under the current plan.
I mean, anything,
I don't,
I like that idea.
anything that's been recommended in the plan too, you got to realize that changes what we do in an educational, it's going to take time in itself
Exactly.
to make changes. It's not something that will be done immediately as well. So,
well, I think the last time we talked about this, and from what we've received via email and information from the committee, they had representation from both sides of the county. And in our talk last time, everybody said that their recommendations actually looked pretty good and they were kind of non-controversial. So with that in mind, I think that we should move forward and with the delays that we're already under. I think that they've done a good job, and I think that we should, we don't have to act on their recommendations, but I think I would like to move forward on that one.
it's up to the board.
That's what my no vote at the last meeting was to represent, moving forward with the work that had been done, and then let's get it straight after that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. We can move forward and then get it straightened out. Because what I found, puzzling a little bit on that committee, the last time they decided for the recommendation, it was a May timeframe. And then the committee never saw that. And I think their next committee meeting is in September. So I was wondering how you can actually decide to recommend things before their whole committee met. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm not.
See, I think
Do you know any-
the last time they talked about the recommendation, it was their last meeting in May. And then their next meeting, I think, is September. So the finalized recommendation, I mean, this is my perception, it could be wrong too, never been seen by the whole committee before presented to us. You know what I'm saying?
My understanding,
Maybe I'm wrong.
I think my understanding was they did have a vote. We were repeatedly told by the chair of the committee that they did have a vote on the recommendations that came to us.
So they must have done that in May meeting then.
They must have.
And I think,
Okay, I mean, I could be missing
Yeah.
that part, but.
I think there's also some confusion around the terminology that the VDOE describes. It confuses me anyway. It talks about an annual review. So the GAC, they're required to review the plan annually, but it's a comprehensive plan that lasts for multiple years. What the expectation is from the VDOE is that each year, what they've suggested is that the GAC take a chunk of the plan, look at that plan every single year so that at the end of that time frame, when the next plan is due, you've
do
already
the whole of them.
collected your feedback to go
Makes
into the
sense.
plan.
Yeah.
And you've gotten that feedback from the committee and other stakeholders as you go along.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I got a little confused in y'all's last.
Well,
Probably
What
prefer to
do you want
wait.
us to do, I guess, is a question. Do you want us to just bring the plan that they've already done? Or do you want us to bring the new committee members back to include them so the new committee members can look at it? And
I
then
think we
present
should-
which
I think-
one?
I think that's what I would prefer, so we have full representation
Well,
across
I
the
think,
county.
I think we should move forward and get the committee straightened up. I think the time, is under all the things that we've been doing. I think it will be a little more straightforward. We are already under pressure of getting school started and all that. So
sorry, I'm confused on the.
moving
Are-
forward with the
What do you mean by
recommendation,
moving forward with the
And then
recommendation of
straighten
the
up the committee
existing
makeup.
committee? Okay, which is what Ms. Franklin is saying, is what is I am saying. So
Is it, so
do we have a?
Ms. Cron, you're saying move
Yeah.
forward with the current plan
Yes,
and worry about the committee going forward after that?
yeah, and
Okay.
straighten up the committee makeup so that will be better representation.
Okay.
Right.
Is that all right
Any
with
other-
everyone?
I mean, I don't know if everybody thinks the same way.
I'm not sure if we're saying the same thing.
I want to, yeah, are you saying the recommendations of the advisory are what you want the plan to be? Or you want them to bring their recommendations to you so that you can hear them? I'm sorry, so that you can hear them and then hear from what the administrator of gifted or perhaps the school division thinks in response to what those recommendations are? Or do you just want the recommendations from, was it two or three people?
They've already
Is that what it
they've
was?
already sent us the recommendations, and I think it was the committee that voted on it.
But if we
before
want
there
the
were any
presentation, of course, we haven't seen them to present their recommendation.
Right, that's what I'm asking is, do
would
do
be
you
great
want this, hear the recommendations and then hear, like you said just a minute ago, here's what they recommend and then here's what the response from the school division based upon those recommendations is?
Yes.
Yes.
I would like
Yes.
to see
That
that.
that would be
I just
great.
want to clarify so that I can provide the
That
right
would be great.
direction to them. Okay.
'Cause I think
Great.
I think there's a lot of things that were in agreement, which is good, but then
Right.
there were definitely some things that were in disagreement. So I think it would be good for the board to hear what the committee is recommending and maybe allow for some discussion on that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. And so for the other committees, do you want me to go ahead and we'll wait and then you'll look at that makeup and then we'll tell those groups what to do as we move forward after that?
So how about the next meeting? What we do is we have, we've already been presented the gifted presentation, right?
No.
We had it
Oh,
in an
from
email.
Yeah,
staff,
Diane
I
did.
think.
Ms.
Yeah,
Nance,
Diane
yes.
did, yeah,
Yeah.
To the committee.
Yeah, the gifted plan,
Yeah.
yeah, she did.
And so you want to bring those back to you is what you're saying?
No, I think we're saying that we'd like the gifted committee to come.
And
We'd
do
like to give them the opportunity to
actually present?
actually
Yeah.
present to us what, their recommendations that they've already sent to us.
Okay. So we'll do that in October, see if they can
And,
come
and,
back.
and, and honestly, I'm fine if the gifted committee wants to meet again, including with, whoever
Sure.
wants to meet to try to, if they need to hammer anything out, if they need, that's up
Well,
to them, but,
Yeah, well, in October, what we'll do too is we'll give you a list of all the new committees
sure.
to
Mhm.
approve. Is that okay?
Including
That's
the
great.
gifted
And
committee.
then, I mean, we can, like, say, hammer it out at the next meeting, then
Yeah.
that's fine. If not, it can go to the new group of folks. And I mean, that's fine with me as well. Does that sound
that's
okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Good, thank
I'm
you.
not sure I understood what you said, but.
All right,
I'll hear
so-
no more tonight, really, about it.
Ma'am?
I said, I'm not sure I understood what you just said. I thought I understood what was going to happen. And that is that we're going to hear from the gifted committee
Yes.
on what their recommendation is, and then have the district tweak or whatever needs to be done to it from that conversation.
We still need to
And then
approve the
bring
gifted
it back
plan.
again.
If there are issues, and if you all think that after the presentation next time, that the new full committee that will be appointed by you needs to go back and take a look, then that's fine.
Wait,
No,
No.
not the full committee.
What?
No, we need to go with the committee that we have in place.
Yes.
Hear have them
Correct.
present to
Yes.
us.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
then if there's things that need to be changed, but not by a new committee.
No, I would say include them in that.
No.
Group.
Yeah, I
The
think,
new committee.
That would
I
just
think
be
that,
nice.
so we already had the first reading of the gifted plan. So what we're saying is we'd like to hear from the existing gifted committee. And then based on that, we can decide as a board what we want to do. We could approve the gifted plan that night. We could make some small changes and approve it, or we could decide where to go from there if it's not one of those two choices.
So, but if you send it back, you're sending it back to 3 parents from the same community in our
Well,
county.
I don't know that we would send it back to the gifted committee. We might send it back to our staff to make the changes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying.
And just so I can clarify too, I felt like I heard you said at that time you wanted them to be prepared to address any of those things, or you don't want the staff to do that at that time? Like if the gifted advisory says, here's a recommendation, then then did you want, because I felt like that's what I heard Ms. Franklin to say, you wanted the staff to say, yeah, we think we should recommend that, or here's our rationale for maybe doing something differently, or do you just want it strictly to be that advisory?
I think since we have already heard it, is for you all to review that with the committee.
Mhm.
And if there's something like you just said, you think it should be this, make those changes. Let us know you've made those changes, the rationale behind it, when they do the presentation, and then we move forward with it.
Yeah.
Because this back and forth, it'll be January.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is we know what their recommendations are. So we need to
haven't
also
discussed them
present.
yet. We haven't discussed their
Right.
recommendations. Okay.
And so we know what they are. But based on their recommendations, we also need to render an opinion on our thoughts on those recommendations.
That was, yes, that's what I was trying to clarify.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And so we'll let them present, but I think it'll be good for us to also present, to go through what they've presented and give the thoughts, pros, cons, kinds of things of what they presented and that kind of thing. I don't think it's right for them to present, and then we can't actually
No, it's fine.
do what
I
they
think-
want us to do. I mean,
think-
y'all need our
Right.
you all need our thoughts and opinions as the to
As the
actually be able to
educator.
carry it
Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course.
out. Right.
Yes.
So, okay.
Everyone can talk to us about Gifted. It's fine.
There you go. Well, and I think this is an example, right, of why we do need to clarify and provide
Yes.
some more
Yeah.
guidance, because the reality is these individuals are volunteering their time because they care and because they want to be involved, and they do want to make a positive impact on the school community. And so I think it will really help us across the board with everybody to help understand and help those committees so they don't feel like they're working, futilely, and that we can also make sure that their work is aligned with the goals of the board. So, as we were digging through, I think we see across the board, there's an opportunity for us to improve those advisories and really allow for more feedback from our stakeholders.
Good. Okay. Excellent.
Thank
you
y'all.
so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think it's a good way to move forward. So, I think the good thing about all this is we found that we need to improve our processes in all areas. And I think that's been something good that's come out of this. So I'm excited as we move forward. And
Thank you, Ms.
I think you're right. We'll get more stakeholder input from all areas, and you all will be aware of that input. And I think that's valuable also. So very good.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right. Okay. Next on the agenda, all right. Well, you have the first reading of the policy too. All right. So based on Ms. Whitaker's updates, we're recommending changes to our community involvement policy. This policy was presented for the first reading tonight.
I think I can do it, Brenda.
That's the one we saw earlier,
Yes.
striking the citizens and making it
Right.
stakeholders. There's only one citizen at the last sentence that's going to be stricken.
Yes, we'll change that one. Oh, that's not where I'm going, meetings. That's okay.
Yeah, I really like the stakeholder naming, calling it stakeholders. I think that represents.
Yeah.
better.
After reading that policy, you can tell it's really outdated. In fact, when was the last time it was looked at?
2005, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, some of the policies are going really old time.
Yeah. This one was 2005, September 1st.
Yeah,
Okay. Any questions about that?
yeah, I think it's good.
That seem okay?
Yeah,
Okay. Good.
so we'll come back
All right.
later
Excellent.
on.
Okay, thank you. Next, let's see, policy 7-1.1 for approval. The Equal Education Opportunity Policy updates the states that will not discriminate based on a student's gender identity or sexual orientation. This policy was brought for first reading at the last meeting. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the revised policy. This is the policy that, again, that we were not required to actually implement until next year, but we felt that I think we ought to be the lead in this and move forward with it immediately.
I'm just going to wait a few seconds because we need Ms. Graham to come back since.
I'm
we're-
sorry, Ms. Graham. This was the Equal Education Opportunity Policy.
Yeah, may I have a motion to accept the revisions to policy 7-11 as presented?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We approve our policy.
Okay, thank you. The next is the Code of Conduct has been updated to adopt model guidance from the VDOE. This policy was brought for first reading at the last meeting. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the revised policy.
So moved.
Second.
I didn't even have to read. That's good. We have motion and second on approving the Code of Student Conduct policy. Any questions? I really like all the changes there, by the way. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We approve our policy.
Okay, thank you. The next 7-3.2 for approval, the suspension expulsion policy has been updated to adopt model guidance from VDOE. This policy was brought for first reading at the last meeting. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the revised policy.
May I have a motion to approve the policy?
So moved. Second.
Motion and second. Any question regarding this one? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We approve the policy.
Okay, thank you.
And we come to the unfinished business, board members. Mr. Chabaka, would you like to take on now?
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to speak during, and nothing against anybody who did speak during board reports, but I just thought I would wait until we got to that part. So there's a couple things that are bothering me about this procedurally that I'd like to express to my fellow board members and to the administration. So, what we're doing here with this year, with the circumstances that we're under, we've been given a power by the governor as a locality to self-determine if and when we attend school and at what level. And the first thing, I guess, that bothers me is I feel like I have been, at each of our meetings since July 21st, I feel like I have had to remind everyone of this and basically argue this point, I almost feel like, where we are reassessing this thing on a continuous basis. And there are some people on the board that are acting like this is a one-time vote and then that's it. And it's not. And there's new information that's available to us on a daily basis. And I appreciate that we finally are getting some data that we can look at. Now, I don't want to necessarily go through this every single time, but that doesn't mean that we don't have that responsibility. And as far as I know, we have not given up or ceded that responsibility to anyone else. So, I think that as part of our agendas moving forward, that we need, I think we should get this update. Even if it's sent to us, I think because of the public that's watching, I think at least some of those slides need to be presented. I'm happy if, I would be thrilled if either the task force or the local health department wanted to also give us an input of some kind. But at the end of the day, it is not, if the governor wanted this to be a healthcare only decision, then I think he would have given that power to the local health board or maybe to the state health board to determine, what those levels are and what we do. So we're taking a lot of input from a lot of different places, and that's the responsibility that we've been given. And a piece of that is the public. I mean, this is an exercise in local democracy, and that's what the governor's doing. He's giving us he's given the people some control over this through us, and I'm not ready to cede that to anyone. And like Ms. Franklin said, I have the utmost thanks and respect to everybody who's doing so much work and trying to keep us safe. But just because I come to a different conclusion with the data that's been given to me, doesn't mean that I don't respect that input and that data that comes from them. So that's the first thing.
Can I say something?
Sure, yeah,
regarding that?
please.
Well, I mean, I totally agree that it is our responsibility to educate the students. And that's the local education agency's job description. And I agree that Governor of Virginia gave the authority to us to decide when to start educating the students. But also he said we have to work together and make our decision in consultation with the local health department. So we cannot disregard that part. So we have to consult, and if they, we can agree or disagree, but definitely we cannot ignore what their recommendations are totally, because we have to consult with them, and their job is, again, the local health department job description is maintain the health and well-being of citizens. So they are the ones dealing with the cases daily. They have the knowledge whether the cases are related or not. They have the knowledge whether the cases are confined in an area or not. They have the knowledge of there's a widespread of transmission or not. So I don't know all those unless I will consult with them.
Sure, yeah.
So it is very
No
important
disagreement there.
to, because number one, why they should misguide us. I don't see any incentive in that, because it will be easier for them to say, let's all go remote, then we don't have to be under their feet for any worry, and they can deal with the other issues they have.
Well,
So I don't see anything that they will recommend something that they don't think we're not safe. You know what I'm saying? So at least that's my personal point of view. So really important for listen what they say, and maybe like the suggestion, we can see data, we can hear them maybe one more time present us, but we really have to rely, because at the end, if we don't listen to them right now, which data we're going to look and how we're going to decide later on. We still need to consult with them again and hear from their perspective what's going on, because definitely just individually looking at the DOE data and not DOE, health department data, and say, okay, the numbers looks good to me today, let's open the schools. So you know what I'm coming from? I think trusting the health department and following the recommendation is important, at least for me. My decisions, that's why the base on that.
Maybe you misunderstood what I was saying on this part, and this is still a good conversation to have. But the point that I'm making procedurally is that really at any time we meet, especially now with, obviously the numbers and the data and the situation is changing, and we have so many parents sending us emails, and there's so much concern. It should be part of our agenda that after we see whatever extra information, I say data, but it doesn't have to be data. It can be qualitative information as well from the task force or whatever, that we get an update on the situation, operationally, health, otherwise, and we should be asked every meeting. I shouldn't have to bring this up in unfinished business. Every meeting, are we still good with the current plan, or do we want to make a change? That's what we were told at the beginning, that we had the power to do that. And I don't think that everybody's on board with that. And maybe I'm misunderstanding something. So please set me straight on this.
I'd like to make a comment to both of what you're both saying. Gudin, I do think that I understand, I appreciate the task force, their information, and I am not ignoring what they say. I'm absolutely not. Because I'm not a physician, I'm not a medical person, and so I am counting on them to provide me with that. Just like I go to my doctor tells me if I'm sick or not. I may look it up online and see if, learn a little bit more on my own, but the doctor's going to tell me whether I'm sick or not. And I think, but what their they are not teachers and they're not educators. And so they can give a recommendation based on what their knowledge is, but it's our responsibility to interpret that and interpret the other information. Jason provided other information, which was on the VDH website. So I'm going to assume that they must think that's reliable information or they would not have posted it on their website. And I see a spike going in October, and that makes me wonder, gee, that seems kind of frightening. Not frightening because I'm not fearful, but it looks a little like we're going to be in for a rough time. So I have to look at that and listen to what they have to say and their recommendations, but then I have to apply it to the school system. And we're the experts on, at least that's what I think we're supposed to be, is the experts on the schools. They're not school experts. They can make recommendations, but they don't work day to day in a school. They don't know what it's like to be in a classroom. They don't know what it's like to do all the responsibilities that have to be done in a school. And so I think we have to learn, that's what I'm doing. I'm not making decisions based on me. And I'm also making decisions based on my constituents. I get an enormous amount. In the last several days, my phone has not stopped ringing, buzzing, beeping, and all the other things it does, because my constituents are concerned. I've got one or two that said, get us back in the classroom, and dozens that said, don't. So there's people who are fearful. I was elected by my constituents, and I'm representing them. And my constituents aren't just teachers, they're parents and students. I mean, I have a student here tonight, former student here tonight, who thanked me because they're fearful too. Students aren't all rah, let's get back into the classroom. I hear everybody saying, oh, teachers are so excited. That is not necessarily true. I don't think, have you, well, you just made a face, Mr. Meyer, so Dr. Meyer. So you think it is true that all the teachers are excited to be back in the classroom?
No, absolutely not. I didn't say all.
There's a lot. I have teachers here.
But I did say, you asked me questions, but I did say in my opening comments that as I have been to 7 schools, I had a lot of teachers that were very excited, and they're ready to teach, and they're excited to have their kids back in. I did have a couple of conversations with folks who were not, but I would say most conversations that I had, I mean, by far, were they were sincerely excited to be back in school. And I'm not saying that there are those who are not. Okay.
And even if they're telling, I can't tell you how many tell me they would never tell you the truth. Even
okay. So now maybe
what I'm saying,
yeah, maybe
no,
so. I don't know.
What would you like me to read more emails? No, I'm not supposed to do that either.
No.
There are people who are afraid to tell you how they feel. And there are teachers who are not thrilled about being there. I'm glad you found there. I'm sure every teacher is excited about the first day of school, no matter what's going on, because it's a really big, important day, and it's the best day ever. And so, yeah, they're going to be out there and they're going to be rah-rah because that's what teachers do. And you all know that. And you know that teachers will go out there and make the best of a really crummy situation, which is what we have right now, a really crummy situation.
Mm-hmm.
And teachers will make it work because that's what they do. But that doesn't mean they're not frightened. I would like to ask Dr. Wickham a question because you had said something to me, and I'd like to clarify it with her. Is that okay? I hate to make you get up and down all the time. You could just sit there and talk. I don't care.
Yes, ma'am.
My understanding is if we were to go remote, that this would be it would be a very big problem for our elementary school teachers. Can you explain to me what would be the really why we could not go remote?
That's remote for the start of school. Let's get that straight. What I've explained to you is, and I said this 2 weeks ago, when you all voted.
You know what, Dr. Meyer, I appreciate your input, but right now I asked Dr. Wickham a question, and I would like to hear her answer.
And I need to frame it for you.
No,
okay?
I don't think you do. You are not on the school board. I'm on the school board, and this is my school board meeting. And I'm asking somebody a question, and I would like her to answer me.
Sure, she can answer the question. She can frame it the way I was going to frame it. Go right
Oh,
ahead.
well, that makes it sound like you pretty much got her down to say what you want her to say.
No, she's an expert. She knows.
I know, and that's why I asked her.
She will
That's
be
why I
fine.
said, may I please talk to Dr. Wickham? I would just like to understand from her what it is with going remote starting remote on the first day as opposed to later on, starting the first day, what would be the problems that would cause for teachers, elementary school teachers? Because my understanding is it's for elementary school teachers, it would be more difficult.
That's a great question. And the real difference is with elementary is that when the children come to school in kindergarten, for example, kindergarten students have had no experience using Chromebooks at all, and they've had no experience using Google Classroom. In first, second, and third grade, it's likely that many of those students also have no experience using Google Classroom. So at this point in time, really the challenges that we face is that for the little ones, unlike the older children who've had the experience using Google Classroom and using Google Chrome or using our Chromebooks, that presents the challenges. They're not prepared because they've not had the experience. Today I met with some teachers remotely, and we were talking about what remote instruction would look like for those teachers who've been assigned. And one of the things that we recognized, I was working with first grade teachers, was that last year at this time, at the beginning of the school year, pre-COVID, if we would have said that we expect kindergarten teachers to get kindergartners ready to use Google Classroom as soon as they start school, they would have thought I was crazy if I would have said something like that, because as we know, the majority of our children who come to us, they can't read. We certainly would never have expected kindergarten children to get on the Chromebook right away and to start using Google Classroom right away, because again, it's just not age appropriate and not something that we would typically do. However, this year, of course, teachers just came back in the buildings yesterday. They know what their plan is. Some are going to be doing remote. Some are going to be having children at this point in time face-to-face, and some may have a little bit of both depending upon their numbers. So really, that's what they've been preparing for. But we've also asked them at any moment, as soon as you get your children in, we need to start preparing for anything. And that means including going all remote and also using the technology. So really the challenge for us is that our students have never really used the technology on the primary end.
Oh, I can understand. I saw something on a kindergartner doing remote and the parents trying to help, the grandparents trying to help. And I can understand that. But if we went to, we had the phase 2 plan or level 1 where the students went back for 25% of the time, and then it also allowed some of the marginal students, wouldn't that give teachers an opportunity to at least get the students kind of up to speed on some of it?
Really giving teachers the opportunity with the time with the children, especially the younger children, the primary children, that really is what they would need to be prepared. Now, of course, we have some teachers who, again, our primary teachers don't have experience with Chromebooks, and they have experience with Chromebooks, but not Google Classroom. But they've been working super hard. Many of them signed up for classes this summer. And just as a side note, I can't brag enough for how much these folks have done to participate, to prepare. But certainly there are folks that have more experience than others. But truly, that's what we need, is to be able to have the opportunity to get our primary students ready. Now, of course, there's a challenge that goes along with that piece for parents. And of course, our parents who have currently signed up for their children to attend in person, that would mean fewer days than for the children to come to school. And our parents, really for primary students, of course, you have to have an adult home with them, obviously, and if they're going to be on the Chromebook. So our parents have not prepared for that either.
Right. I understand that. I heard the classes were very good, actually. Mr. Wickham, thank you for all the technology. I've heard a lot of good things about the classes that teachers took this summer. Okay, that's why I wanted to get an understanding of what the hindrance was for the elementary students. Thank you, appreciate it.
Any other comments at this time, board members, before we move to new business?
I have another one. Student teachers. I don't know whether this is true or not, but I heard already that we have a student teacher with COVID. So they haven't started yet, but it's somebody who was going to be a student teacher, and they found they're a student at either Tech or Radford, and they have COVID. So what did we decided we were going to allow student teachers to be in the classroom?
You asking me?
If you'd like the details, I'll tell you who it is.
How about Dr. Wickham can answer that for you too?
Okay.
So yes, what we decided was that after students were back in Southwest Virginia for 14 days self-quarantine, that they would be allowed to start, because our local colleges and universities had different start dates and people were able to move back at different times. We picked that date to be consistent, and we said that they could not be in the building until September 8th. And then also, should anyone be diagnosed, of course, they cannot return. We're asking them to follow the same rules. They cannot return until their test comes back negative.
Okay. I have one more question for you. I think you're the right person. I don't know. It's about childcare and Adventure Club and all. Is that your world, or whose world is that?
That's Dr. Graham has been handling that, but I will give it a shot.
I had somebody actually call me on my way here tonight, and so I said I would ask. And I guess it was a concern they had about their Adventure Club, and that there was that Adventure Club, since they are not MCPS, the people at this particular Adventure Club said they don't need to wear masks. And also that there's students, I guess, being from 3 different schools being funneled in. It's an Adventure Club in Christiansburg, and I guess there's 3 different sets of schools. It's a small room and like 1 bathroom they all share, and then there's not. They were told that they don't have to wear masks, and they don't have to have the students wear masks. And so I'm just wondering what our controls are for those childcare centers that we're suggesting that parents use.
That's a great question. That's one that I'll have to look into, but I do know that in terms of, we've helped hire and provide employees, our recess aides and our lunch aides, and we have staffed them to the point that we make sure there was plenty of space, and then also enough adults to be able to supervise children when they are social distancing.
Mhm.
So I'll have to,
Yeah, I mean,
I've not heard that, but I'll look into that.
About the particular
But
issue.
if we have said that in our buildings, children have to wear masks and they have to social distance, we don't have to ask them anything, but tell them this is what you'll do.
Mhm.
I've certainly not heard that, but I'll find out more about that.
Yeah, I can give you the specifics. But I just wanted to know wasn't sure what their responsibilities were as compared to what we're asking.
They're in our buildings. Yeah,
Okay.
do what we do.
That's the end of my questions. Sorry.
So I'd like to add, I guess we never really finished that discussion. I mean, you guys can, I guess, talk to me offline, but I'm going to keep bringing it up in unfinished business, I guess. But we were presented with a bunch of data today, and I think I'd be remiss at least not to make a comment about this, that we, on the July 21st, the reason that we decided to move the date that you guys were talking about to the 8th, or at least for in-person, is because we were concerned about the universities starting up and the case loads going up. And the argument at the time was our case loads were low and we don't have anything to worry about. And I think that we knew when we did that there wouldn't be much time. And now that the data is coming in, I think it's also instructive. Jason didn't have this on his graph, but I encourage people to go look at the Radford numbers. And if you look at the Virginia Tech data that came out, was it yesterday or today? I think, where they had 100 and something cases.
Yesterday.
I think that all along we've said, Radford started 3 weeks earlier than Tech. We expect to see Tech 2 to 3 weeks after them. Dr. Bissell told us that we would probably expect to see the effect of the students coming back in about 2 to 4 weeks, and it's pretty much like clockwork. That's what we've seen. And for me, I have a hard time looking at this curve, looking at these numbers and the concern that it's causing, and just basically being okay with it. We're looking around for we're not being given metrics. And so when you look at other metrics that are being shared widely nationally by other respected organization, we're either over or in danger on just about everyone. Our trend is, not only is our trend up, but the rate of our trend is rising. Our positivity rate is over 5%. Jason's presentation showed it at 9.1%. Virginia Tech's latest number is 15.5% positivity rate. The Harvard World Health Institute metric, 25, the average is at 20 and rising, but we've already today we hit that number and we're over. And it's hard for me to look at all these when we talk about we didn't get enough aides for the buses, and now the kids are going to be, the AM group and the PM group are going to be overlapping and things like that. All of these things, all the imperfections, and I don't expect perfection, but all of these things are adding risk. And it's hard to look at where we are right now and just not even comment on, like, everything's just fine. And I don't know. I have a real problem with that. I'll just say this one last thing and then I'll shut up. But I think that, I see parallels on this between like what we're doing now. I think it was an article written by a Georgia Tech professor, and what we're doing now, he was drawing parallels with the Challenger disaster in 1986. And in that disaster, you basically had a bunch of people who were warned and who were told, this is risky, this wasn't tested at this temperature. And despite all of those things, I don't know, the public pressure, we've got a teacher on board, the president's going to be here, this is important, the launch must happen. And over their best judgment, they went and did something that everybody the people in the know anyway, knew what was going to happen. And now all across the country, we're looking at these universities that are shutting down because of their outbreaks. And we're looking at ourselves like we're so special and that we can take this risk. I hope it works out. But again, I don't know if we don't look at this data, and if this doesn't give us pause, and if this doesn't even at least spark a conversation about considering some kind of mitigation, I'm not sure what will. And after tonight, I mean, every time we do this, every time we meet, this is going to be an issue. If we continue to see cases rise, at what point are we going to take action? That's the question I pose to the board.
Mark, at what point is it going to be safe enough for you to say, let's go back?
For me, I think there's the three things, right? The three metrics that I would use, barring other metrics that the Virginia Health Department locally even would like to give us. For me, I would like to see cases decreasing for at least 14 days. I would like to see a positivity rate that is less than 5%, unless they can explain why a higher positivity rate is fine. And, I think
You're using the numbers from the universities in with that, which has nothing to do with our school system.
But it does.
I don't think it's,
No,
I understand
because we were
that.
told specifically that those numbers would not affect us because these numbers are from kids going to parties.
And those
bringing
kids,
it back.
But they live in our town. They don't just
they're
live
my
on
neighbors.
campus.
They're my neighbors. They go
Yeah,
to
I have
class.
4 down the end of my
Okay.
street.
Yeah.
Okay. But isn't everybody else going out to these same places that these kids are going? Aren't the teachers going out to the grocery stores? Aren't they going to the ballparks, just like all the college kids supposedly are?
Sure, but it's an
Can
issue.
anybody other than a college kid bring this into this area?
Of course they can.
Sure they can.
Sure.
Okay, then, why are we sitting here discussing the Radford and Tech numbers like
Because they're part of our community.
that it's going to be an issue?
Why is
Because
the
they
Virginia,
live in
why
our
does the
community.
VDH put those numbers on the website? Why don't they just strip those numbers out? It's part of our community. They're part of our community.
One of the students is going to be teaching in our school. Several of them are.
Yeah,
How
I'm
many students?
wondering
teachers
if
do
we should
have
at least
this year,
revisit
Dana?
that.
Okay, well,
Do you know?
they're
That one.
going to be
Barbara, do you
tested.
know how many we have?
I think part of it is if we look at the, which data, I think the UVA's predictions, like if you really want to pass the peak, that will be like mid-November.
Exactly.
So we're
We
not going to
cannot
be
wait
remote.
till
Which
flu
is
season, till
well,
when they say, maybe now,
What's maybe now?
we're doing a disservice to our community, especially our students. And Sheriff Karan, please tell me who the school board is supposed to be representing and taking care of. I think we have lost sight of that.
What, of the
That-
students?
That's all I've been saying is how much
Yeah.
I'm trying to protect our students.
No.
No.
Yes, I have.
Oh, no,
That is a
you never
lie.
have.
You go back and you listen to those tapes and I have said students and I say staff. Thank you, Molly. That's all I have ever said is staff and students.
We have to not to forget the respect, please. We are all in it together, and it's not like we are against one or the
Well, then
other.
we shouldn't be saying something that's not true.
Who is saying something?
She just accused me of saying all I talk about is teachers and I don't talk about the students.
But we are.
I say students all the time.
It's true.
I say students and staff, always. You can, I'm glad you find that
Let it go,
comical.
let it go.
Well, again, this is not for us. We're not here for
Right, it's
ourselves.
for students and staff and our community.
And
That's what we're supposed to be dealing with. And I care about the health and the safety of our students and our staff and our community. And I said that before, and I've said it every single meeting, every meeting.
So why do you make it sound like the ones who are voting to go back don't care about our teachers?
I didn't say they didn't care about our
You
teachers.
insinuate that every time.
That's what you say. I insinuate that. I
Yes.
don't,
You do.
well, you know what? Insinuate is like assuming. You know what it means when you assume?
Board members,
you
we
do a
have to
lot.
first extend the meeting, then continue the discussion. One quick thing I have to remind that we are still in phase 3. And phase 3 by governor permits that all students may receive in-person instruction and as can be accommodated with strict social distancing measures in place. And so we are still under that condition, and we are only saying 50% in-person remote blend learning. And this is still with the phase 2 governor guidelines. And we have a health district that says we can still do that. And we have to open because all those families are ready to go, all those kids ready to go. And, we have to at least test how we do and then make sure, in conjunction with the health district, within a couple of days, if they have to tell us to close, then at least we will know how to close. We will have the kids at least be in the classroom a day or so to learn how to use their Chromebooks. We can't keep them remote. There are not people all at home for their kids to do remote learning. Everybody is going to beaches and haircuts and, the restaurants and everywhere else. I think the important thing is we have to be all together and we have to do all the mitigation strategies. If we adults behave and, really wear our masks and then stay away from people, this is not going to be jumping around and finding us. We can wear our mask, we can wash our hands, and we collectively protect our schools. We cannot wait forever till all the peaks going to go down. And somehow we have to start and move on. I think Ms. Drake, we're ready to extend whatever I have to do.
Yeah, if it's the pleasure of the board, the motion typically, the last
That's
few
right.
meetings.
May I have a
is
motion to extend?
To extend for either a certain period of time or until the conclusion of your closed session meeting.
I move that we extend until we finish closed session.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? If you don't have anything else, we're moving on new business. No new business. We are all announcements and informations. Any information or announcement? Then you see your upcoming school board meetings. And as you see on the 15th, we're going to have VSBA working with us on our board member roles and responsibilities. And if you all agree, we like to start that session at 6 o'clock because tentatively Gina Peterson wants to spend 4 hours. And I think if we start at 6 that way, we will be so late. If it is the board's will, Ms. Drake also will provide dinner. Are you all okay to start on 6 o'clock? That will follow the pattern for October and November as well because of the ABAR development activities we're going to do. Those are all at 6 o'clock as well. And rest of the meetings, first months of the, first meetings of the month will be all 7 o'clock.
I'm good with that because
All right. Thank you.
these late meetings are.
Any other
passion. It's really-
comments, disagreements? Are we
I mean,
good?
I can do it, but I always prefer to start at 7.
And the next item is our closed session. May I have a motion to go into closed session to discuss 2 personnel matters, actually 3 personnel matters, as authorized by Section 2.2-371 on Code of Virginia.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're now in closed session.